Hello. It's time to forget. Okay. So, memory decay and deletion. Possible out of bounds bug. I might have fixed it with something in the past. So first thing I want to check is, okay, not there. Here. Okay, so I set the event to expire every 5 seconds. That's what I've got. So yeah, I think my thing was just I want to set a breakpoint here and just look and see what's happening when I delete a memory. It's probably, it could be fixed because I'm not getting that break anymore. Well, I set a manual breakpoint before a crash. I'm not getting the crash anymore. Hey, Yulia. Missed me? Did you miss me? Where would it be? Event decay. So, okay, so I want to see this. I just want to watch this when this happens. I don't know what my... Okay, he's just coming at me. It should hit before he reaches me. There it is. It might also be the case where there's only... Wait, current value 1 and 106. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Or I said 0. I meant 0 and 106. Okay, so lots of data here. One of these, right, okay, so time is 0. The event decay, which one are we doing right now? Event should be 106, I think. Yeah, 106. Said Dan, not the dog. My dog is not named Dan. So event ID should come back 1. Okay, it's 1. Size should come back as 106, I think. That would make sense. I can also even look at it. Okay, well, I mean, there's 106 right there in the very first event, and they should both be the same size. It's probably about like halfway. I'm just looking for index 106. Will contain the size. 106, 106. Why do I always look at the dog's not even in my room? Don't ever compare your amazing dog to something like Dan. Wow. So the size should come back 106. Good. Index 106, size 106. Log size should be 212. Good. Move later events forward. So I'm starting at events after this one, and I'm bringing them to this one. Wait a second, I just noticed something. So event decay modifies indexes. Yeah. Event decay modifies indexes. So how can I remedy this? I guess event decay could return a Boolean if it deletes the event, and then I would know here to I could also just make a copy. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Right, so there is a problem here. Something burned you out? Not exactly. I will say I didn't feel very into development yesterday. It was very boring stuff. My friend offered to play Overwatch, so I went to play Overwatch with him. Yeah, I think the only way to really deal with it here is to return a boolean, and then I need to manually iterate using an index. I can't iterate just using a for range, a for in loop. The timer average is 0, it is room for the log, and true is returned. I thought your only friend is Dan? No. I have friends. Right, so I have to track this manually. I is going to be an integer starting at 0. And while I is less than size will be event IDs size. Well, I is less than size. Then I do so write it like this so it's more obvious what's going on. Something really bothered this morning. Dan will one day say something messed up in your memory will link it to me. Okay. I don't know. I don't know about that. Most time I just read his message and I'm like, I can't believe I just read that. And then I try to move on. Or it's actually something interesting. I'm like, cool. He just likes random facts or randomly weird statements. Size. Event will be an int. So event would be and then I guess I would actually get, what do I do here? Because this will update the event IDs. Does it say that it updates event IDs? Also, these are not... They never said something interesting. He said like some random facts once. I don't remember any of them. This guy is still just over here. Oh, I just like messed it up. He's still just over here running at me with this pose. He's just sitting in the corner. So I have to... I mean, I pretty much have to retrieve this list every time, I think. And if I remove it, then I need to... Yeah, then I need to decrement I, and I need to decrement size. Also, okay, so when I modify the list, do I modify it in place? I do modify it in place. It is modified in place. Make him a brain. Right. There's a time in high school I was really interested in... This was before any hint of like language models or actual AI beyond maybe just neural networks as like an interesting thing. Actually, it was because of chatbots. What's the chatbot I'm thinking of? There's a bot that essentially was just storing a dictionary of every phrase it's ever seen. And all it was doing was reading your response and matching that to a response someone gave in the past. I don't remember the name of it. It was really popular when I was in high school, though. Because like, every single response was written by an actual human, so... individual sentences and maybe 2 sentences in a row would be pretty good at holding a conversation. But, you know, you'd ask, like, what's your name? It would give you one name. Then you ask it again and it gives you a different response. I think essentially the design idea was whatever... what was it? I think it's related to like the Turing test, but essentially if a guy who can't speak Chinese is in a room with a dictionary on, like a dictionary that tells him every single phrase in Chinese, and all he does was a message would come in and he would open his dictionary and find the message and choose a response. And he would not know, he would literally have no idea what he was saying. But from the outside, it looked like you were talking to someone who could speak Chinese. You thought about Siri before Siri? I think Siri did exist, but it was not. You know, that was also just the same thing. It was just a dictionary. I had a dumb dream when I was trying to learn drawing, but I gave up. And I wish I can just type, and then MS Paint draws it. Now we have, and I hate it. Oh well. Anyway, where I was going with that was I spent some time trying to, like, I guess just like looking to see if I could use a neural network to understand language. I was writing in Python and it didn't do anything. It never did anything. I just remember I spent some time trying to do it. Which is funny because now, like, that's the same language and the same thing. Using Python to train AI language models. Alright, so if I remove, I think since I modify it in place, I believe I technically have I think I can just technically do this right here. And since it's being modified in place, I just have to change size and I whenever I remove. guess this could just be an else. Actually, I doesn't change. Never mind. I was doing a minus equals 1 in the event that I would just always add 1. So if you removed, decrement size, otherwise increment I. So this should be fine. While I is less than size, these two are always provably getting closer to each other. And that. And I guess I can also just say that. So when events modifies here, I should also be getting a modification out here. So let me do a breakpoint there. And I will actually cancel this. And set the memory up to a higher value, probably 15. Just because I want there to be... Well, actually, what would really do it is if I have two events expiring at the same time. That's probably what was causing that issue, actually, is I had two events at the same time. Okay, I feel like it's been longer than 15 seconds, but I don't know, maybe my time counting is really bad. Okay, he just can never forget anything, I guess. What? Oh, this is stupid. I'm stupid. That would probably be doing it. What, dude? Yeah, those are the kind of messages that I try to move on from. That's a Dan type question message. Alright, there we go. He has forgotten something. He only has 2 memories. Which I guess is correct? I feel like he should have 3 right now. I set it to 15. Every 10 seconds he should be making a new one. The first 2 are instant. Why did he not make a new one? You made a genius by accident? Okay. So I just wanted to go here and then pop out to decay and see if this event list... There are 3 events. Wait, which one are we forgetting? We're forgetting the last one. Oh, there are 3. What? Okay, I don't know. I'm apparently not good at counting. I guess I saw 212 and I thought... No, event log is 212. Oh, I've already resized it. Yeah, I've already resized it. There's nothing after it, so there's nothing to move forward. A Dan type message. I mean, you don't have to. I'm just saying what's true. Log size is 318. Event plus size. For I event plus size. Was I correct with this? 212 plus 106 is 318, while that is less than log size minus 1. Yeah, okay. I did just have a thought. No, size includes its own byte size, actually. Yeah, because the sizes are 106, and the whole array is 212, and there's 2 events left. So divided by 2, that's 106. So the size includes the bytes that size takes up. You religious? I am. I am not particularly practicing, though. It's rude from my side. You look older than 25. I am 26, so you're correct. I am older than 25. Unless you meant to say you don't look older than 25. Where is this? Event log I. Yeah, alright. I think that's, I mean, I haven't had that fail, although I'm not also setting events to a random timer. That's probably what I should do. I should probably set an event to 5 seconds and then set an event to like 1 second so that the one at the start gets deleted and then the one at the back has to move forward. You know what I mean? I think I do. I mean, all I get are words, so. I'm 28 and you look more mature than me. I look more mature. Is that... You mean I seem more mature? I try to be. Okay, so after this call, indexes should be the same as events out here. So after this call, I would expect to see that both of these now lack 212. And event ID is 2, right? Yeah. Okay, so now I have 0 and 106. Now if I go out here, I should see 0 and 106, and I do. So I will stay at the same value here, which is 2, which is at the end. That's past the end. Size will come down to 2. 2 is not less than 2, and then we'll be done. I is 2? Yeah, I is 2. So what if size was 4? That would come down to 3. Okay. Okay. It's a compliment. You seem. You're so chill, I hate it, which is good. I try to be. Miss Dan, I need my dose of Dan. Size would go down to 2. 2 is not less than 2 anymore, and we're done with the loop, and then who knows where I'm gonna end up. Okay, yeah, back up. Back out here. Alright, so what I want to do, that worked. What I want to do is... set these back to, I guess, maybe 50, and okay, not actually 50. I want to do a rand int range from 30 to 50, I guess. Maybe I need a bigger range so I can guarantee something early. All right. So, I mean, it definitely would be faster if I were to turn down the frequency, or I guess increase the frequency of new memories being made. But my only idea here is I'm just going to hope that in about 30 to 40 seconds, I am deleting a 30 or 40 second one, and it will be in the middle of the memory logs. He is so stuttery. I still gotta fix that. I think I can fix it just by when I put in like excitement or something like that, or responsiveness, and probably even a proximity detection. His senses will pull a lot more frequently. Okay, we gotta delete. We're about to erase something. We're about to erase event 318. That is in the middle. So I kind of messed up because I already passed over where it should have been deleted. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Try again. So I missed it. I mean, I guess I could have moved the breakpoint and then just waited a few more seconds and maybe it would have. Well, it's Unreal Engine 5. What, how stuttery he is? Yeah. Yeah, definitely when I get in him following directions and, you know, hearing and responsiveness, this should stop. This should stop where he's like standing still for a second and just completely losing me. I don't think LLMs can make anything. They need way too much help. Alright, how is he not forgetting anything yet? I've been getting unlucky. Okay, there we go. Finally. 742. That sounds unfortunate. So that's at the end. So I have to hit continue and continue running until he forgets something a little bit more recent. Okay. 673, 636. Wow. Okay. Try that again. Alright, alright. Here's one in the middle. I mean, I feel like this code is simple enough that you can kind of prove that it's going to work without really testing it, but I just feel like testing it in case I did something crazy. Yes, we're going to delete 530. So what do I expect to see here? Indexes will be 530. Event ID is one before the end, so I have 7, so it should be, I guess, 5, right? 5, event ID is 5. Size is 106. Log size is everything, so 742. So the first element of I should be starting at in this index, essentially. 636. Which I wonder if it's better to actually start at the following index instead of reading the size. Maybe that's better. I hate AI, but I don't like that sounds like productive criticism. Hi, I'll see you later. I'm gonna go touch grass. We can figure this out without me here helping you. Okay. I'm confused by those messages, but if you're actually going, goodbye. Okay, so I expect I to be 636 first. It should be 636. And it would be copying the size value. So I is 636. An event I minus size. Yeah, so maybe this is written a bit strange. Maybe it's written a little bit strange. I meant the opposite. Sarcasm? Gonna visit mother, she's too old to go shopping. Good luck. Alright, thanks. Goodbye. Also, what is this stuff? Counterpose range from range to step. Range to step. Oh, I guess this is good to see what... I mean, I should know this, just the last index. So this will copy forward. Well, every size is going to be the same. So I guess let me find an element that I will know. We're starting at 7... No, we're starting at 636. So 0, 1, or no, this would be 1, 8, 184. 184, 34. So when we reach 640, I should expect to see I minus size. I is 636, size is 106. Okay, so I'd expect that 530 plus 4, so 534. 534, really. 534 should become 34. That's kind of easy to remember. 534 is already 34. Okay, so that's not going to work. Right, I think this is tracking ID, so those will be the same. What's game time should be saved somewhere here. I don't remember where game time is. Or I guess just the expired flag. So expire is 12. So 530 plus 12 is 542 is where the expire is at. Five. Really? 12. 530. Is it the right index? 530 plus 12. 542 is 1. Really. So these two got the exact same, or they're like a second off. Oh, wait, no. I was thinking this is the one that's being deleted, but this is not. No, this is the one being deleted. Okay, so that's why this is 1. Okay. So I expect to see 542 become, I'm copying 636 plus 12 is 648. Why is that also 1? $636 plus 12, 48. Okay. What are the odds? What are the odds? Okay. So data length. Wait, data length is 1. Okay, so yeah, that's just 255 max. Data array starts at 15. So 636 plus 15. 651. 651. Okay, so I must have done the math wrong there. 636 plus 15. $646 plus 5, $651. 1. I mean, what should the value be? The value should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The value should be 7. 636 plus 15 is 650. No, I know what I was thinking wrong. I was thinking of the one after this. That's why I'm off by 1. I was looking at data array. The position of data array, not the position of data. Okay, so yeah, 7 is correct. So this 1 and 13, so 13 could be a unique number here. So I'm looking for a 7, a 1, and then some number, and 3 zeros at 530. Somewhere around there. A 7, a 1. Cool, 24. So I should see 546 become 13. Oh, man. So when I is equal to what? So I is currently at 530. This is currently at 530. So I need to go forward to... So I'm waiting to reach 45. So 15. So when I is 15. Or I guess not when I is 15. I will actually be equal to 645. That's crazy how long it takes sometimes. It like really can't continue. Okay, so 645, we're about to copy from 645. Or no, I was thinking 545. Right, so where does... Um, 545 is 15 ahead. So 636, 15 ahead. I know it was like 650 something. 652, I'll see 13 copy over. A few more to go. I is currently 652. My game is flashing. Okay, so I expect to see 652, which currently contains 13, I think. 652 currently contains 13. We'll copy to 545, which currently contains 546. I guess I meant 546, which currently contains 24. I think I'm actually copying the 1, though. So I might not see a change, and then I'll see the change after. No, I'm currently looking at... I is 652. So the value of 652 should copy over to that position. So 13 should replace 24. This 24 should become 13. 546 should become 13 after I hit continue. $546. But the 24 should turn into that value. It did. Nice. Wait, yeah, 24 turned into 13. Good. Okay. Copying, I think, is functioning. I would copy everything forward, and then I trim off the end. Cool. Alright. And tons of errors. Which are not mine. Not true. Alright, sweet. I would call that good. I'll change those back to 100. Okay. How does GDScript actually work? When I have this value, am I just storing a pointer to it? Is the pointer here? Or am I taking... Does it take a full copy of this into this script context? And then whenever I read and write from it, it reads and writes from the pointer. Or whenever I write to it, it writes to the pointer. The real data. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, so I think I can just call that investigated. I think I know what I had wrong. I think I just had some issues. That was definitely a problem. This one was definitely a problem. I was not tracking my index correctly. So this had to change to that. Way better. Investigated. I definitely did a fix there. Add facing when navigation received while navigation takes time to compute. He's already doing that, actually. He's doing that right now. Whenever he spots me, he looks at me first. Because yeah, navigation takes like a second or something to run. So when I walk into his cone of vision, he's gonna turn to face me. Wow, that was hard to say. Yeah, see, he did it. He's already doing that. That was kind of a more of a regression that I wanted to make sure came back. And I added it back. What now? Any other like specific system stuff that I really need? Why is wheel the jolt vehicle open? There's also this to do that I'd kind of like to have, because I'm pretty sure like this copy gets worse the longer I'm storing memories for, and if I have any short-term memories that maybe last like 3 seconds and then they get deleted, that would be really bad to be manually copying like that. And it would be way faster to just use like the mem move or whatever. I think it's just like a mem copy in C++. There's something here. There's something. Let me look for just the mem copy. So So there's kind of, okay, so there's, yeah, mem move is actually what I'm looking for. I can use mem copy when I'm going backwards. That's fine. Mem move. I think mem move just guarantees that if you are overlapping, you can be sure that you're not gonna... It does it as if you copied to a temporary array. Copies count characters from the object to source into a temporary array. Array does not overlap the objects pointed to by destined source. But I know for a fact that mem copy here is fine because I'm going backwards. Going forwards is a problem. So if I have 5 bytes here and I want to copy to 5 bytes here and they share the first and last byte, I'm going to lose that first byte as soon as I start running mem copy. It's going to be gone. It's just going to do it straight there. I know that I'm never overlapping, and I'm going backwards too, so backwards is always safe. Even if they were overlapping, backwards would be safe. So yeah, I would like to just have some method that's like copy range, and it just does this. Mem move. And I remember string copy. There's like stir in. Okay, yeah, string copy. Just kind of adds the effect that it tracks. It looks for a null character to stop copying. I don't need that. Mem copy is what I'd use. I don't have null bytes. And I don't need mem move. Despite the specification says a temporary buffer is used, actual implementations of the function do not incur the overhead of double copying. For small counts, it may load up and write out registers, but for larger blocks, a common approach is to copy bytes forward from the beginning of the buffer if the destination starts before the source, and backwards from the end otherwise. Yeah. We'll fall back to mem copy if there is no overlap. So it says a fallback to mem copy if there's no overlap, so I guess that's actually fine. I could use mem move. I guess I could say copy range and move range, and the difference is that copy range always calls mem copy, and then move range calls mem move, which may just use copy. And that's just more for the fact that in case you know for a fact your destination overlaps your source. Copies a range of elements in backwards order. Yeah. I'm gonna add that. And this could actually probably even be... Could this be a pull request? It could be. I think I need to close those. I'm not looking at those right now. I've got a few things open that I don't really need. This was all stuff that I've finished. Those are fine. That's fine. I'm not doing that stuff right now. Okay. Was it a pull request here that I opened? I won't be able to find it. Can I search for myself? Would it be author? What are the filters? My pull request. It was here. Yeah, this is just deleting stuff. Let me look for it. Packed byte array. Support packed byte array. Add B swap methods. Byte swap. This swaps the byte, the bit order. Byte order? Byte order. This is like copy, packed byte array copy. I typed array support for binary serialization, breaks compat 4.3. Add fill methods. Yeah, I would really like to see this one. Add sort methods. Sort and has methods. I really would like to see this one. For like copying a range. Within the same packed byte array. I guess I could also implement it for copying to a different byte array. The only issue is that since it's since we're going from scripting to C++, I have to add in my own. Yeah. The unfortunate thing is I have to add in guardrails. So you can't write something that crashes your like literally crashes the engine when it runs. Because memcopy will do that. Okay. Let's go for it. I may as well look at one of these where they're adding a method to see what they do. Probably sort and has sort and has methods. And rename contains to has. Yeah, this is what I was thinking would happen. Yeah. I need this virtual call stuff. Or I guess variant call. So I think I would only want to do this on the packed byte array. I feel like that's the only one that really makes sense. What is this invert? I guess makes it negative. Which is why it's not on the packed byte array. Oh, it is on the packed byte array. Add a function, has, returns an integer, takes an integer, or returns a boolean, takes an integer. Jeez. V array. What is that? I sure hope if I add this though, they're not like, hey, this is cool. Can you please add this to every other packed array? No. I would not. I would. I would. Okay. All right, so let's do, is it like branch list? Okay, well that didn't help. Yeah, I just made a branch called list. Okay. Check out 4.5. How did I make my other one? Also, does author add to me? How did I make my other one? I sent it. I sent it to master. Okay. But then my patch is based off of what? What? Patch 1. So I guess I check out patch 1 and then remote list. Remote. Just remote. Get remote. Maybe if I do git log. Master. Okay, so it's just off master. All right. So I'm going to do git branch delete list, first of all. Is not fully merged. Yeah, that's just silly. Git. So I'm going to go to master. I'm going to pull. And then I'm going to make a branch off of this. There's no tracking information for the current branch. What? Upstream? Can't even change category? What? Did I actually not change category? Oh my god. Well... tough. Aren't there like bots that like when I start a stream it like prints out stream title and then category? I should probably get one of those. So that way when I start, I can see in my message history immediately that I have the wrong category. That's funny. You see me doing that? A million lion grillion gryon zibalon years. Jeez. That was the hardest thing I ever read. What is this? I don't know. Is this upstream or origin? I think origin is me, and then upstream is... yeah, it's probably upstream master, right? Do I have to push first? No, I don't. But okay, I do have to push after I do this. Resolving, whoa. Okay. Did they change literally every file? Binary files? PNG. Okay, yeah. Okay, actually, did they change literally every file? Wait, what is going on? This doesn't feel correct. For some reason, this just doesn't feel correct. 63,000 lines for Spanish? Why is this like every file changing slightly? For AD, or I guess I should probably read from the end. 11B6AF3. Is that the current? For AD 11B6? Wait. That's not the same. For AD 11B6, what's with the AF at the end? Oh, this is the start of it. This isn't the end of the commit hash. Okay, so we're good. Okay. It doesn't seem correct because of how much just changed there, but I guess it's fine. Is up to date with upstream master. Fix crash and open doing incremental builds. I'm just kind of curious here. How do I send an empty commit message? Actually, I don't really need to. Check out. This is going to be called add. Copy range. Setting up the animations that blend things. Oh, setting up the animations, blend animation things are so annoying. Are they? All right, so yeah, I had this open and then I closed it. I want to look at this. This should be everything that I need to see. Oh. I also have to add documentation. Well then. So I'm only going to be looking at packed byte array stuff, so anything that's packed int or float or vector or whatever, I can minimize. And I'm just kind of going off of this. Vector has. I don't think I'll be doing that. Packed arrays, Godot packed byte array. Yeah, this is what I want to see. So I would just need to add kind of a method in here. Although this is a bit weird. They call self has and self sort. I think I did see some code somewhere. Yeah, this has returns find is not equal to -1, which is how you would do it. So has didn't exist, but sort did exist. Sort always existed. Native API. Okay, yeah, so I have to look at how... What? No. I am fully clothed all the time. While streaming. Okay, so they add the headers here. Native API, I assume, is the connection between I assume this defines this is just a definition of the method. Yeah. It's just like an API definition of the method. Here's the implementations. Here's documentation. And then here's the actual mappings. So I'm assuming this is what creates... Camera will only show my face. Well, my camera is not nailed down, so anything could happen. At any moment, the camera could point anywhere in my room. This is weird. What does this, how does this work? I guess I would just have to look at the definition of what these are. Virtual call parameter and then add function. Or variant call parameter. Variant call par r mem1r. What is this? Par r mem1. Mem. Yeah. This is the return type. No. Wait, what? This is the template? This is the template type. Packed byte array is the name of the type. This is the template type, and this is the name of the function. Okay, so this is just like saying this function exists. And then this is saying here's what it is. It operates on a packed byte array. It returns a bool. Here's the type name. Here's the name of the function. Here's the parameter type, and then here's the value that you pass. And then there's varray. I don't really know what that means. I don't know what that means. New methods should be added to the GD native API as well. Native API packed byte arrays, or packed arrays and packed arrays. Wait, he just didn't add that yet? What? Okay. Maybe I should look at their contribution documentation, I guess. Engine details. About architecture. Architecture diagram. Cool. Not helpful to me. Scripting development. Wait, this is it? Scripting development, annotation guidelines. Be variant class. Just a variant types. Really? Is this really just not documented? This feels like really bare bones, and they only really tell you how to compile it, and that's it. Maybe it's just in here and I'm missing it, or I should just read through it. I guess this is good to remember. Core types, memory model. These are equivalent to new delete, new array, new delete. Or delete array. Okay. Packed array types are aliases for specific vector type. Template types are accessible via GDScript. Outside the core, prefer using packed and vector for other occasions. Local vector, much more like vector than standard vector than vector. What? Internal use where the benefits of copy on write are not needed. Containers. Okay. Wow. Okay, this is not even readable. Is it binding? Like, what am I looking for here? I don't think they have this documented. I feel like they just kind of don't. Alright, I mean, I'm just gonna go off this last... I mean, all I have is just this, I guess. So I have to add packed byte array. I guess I do... Is this alphabetical? This is definitely not alphabetical. Is this created from here when I... Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. No, that's GD native API. This is like extension API. Maybe... Maybe it'd be worth looking at. I was gonna say going to Discord and like asking somebody. But I'm not in this Discord. Let me do that. And I'll start writing it. And I'll leave that native and other stuff for later. And hopefully someone can... Hopefully someone answers me quickly. Cool. Okay. Do you want to use voice channels? I consent to being recorded for moderation purposes. I don't think I'll be in voice channels. Should I call myself a Godot senior because I know engine secrets? I'll say junior. Okay. And I'm just looking through the Discord right now to see if I can find anyone or any resource that's like, hey, here's how you do this. Resource library. Learning materials. That's not what I'm looking for. Like community-made video tutorials. Maybe GD script? I don't know, I guess I just probably search it. Godot FAQ. Okay. Let me try. I'll just search for packed byte array. See if anyone talks about this. I found an interesting question that actually kind of reads, it's talking about splicing. So they take essentially one packed byte array and another packed byte array and like insert data from one to the other. So that's like literally just copying. Or wait, splicing? Hang on. New data, splice, what are they doing? They take a slice of 0 to the start from A, and then they add B. Yeah, okay. So they're taking B, inserting it into A at a certain index. That's not a mem copy, that is just straight up a splice, but okay. Someone says packed byte array in Godot is literally unusable. Funny. I don't see anyone saying like this word with copy at the same time. Oh, here's one thing to think of. They do have somewhere, is it probably is it not on this repository? Godot proposals. I should probably look at this, right? Huh? What? Okay, this was probably before discussions, I guess. Alright. Yeah, sure. I was gonna say, they have discussion. Yeah, they even have discussions on this. Was it actually up there on the list and I just didn't see it? No, they don't have it there. is it supposed to be? Maybe I just read here and they tell me. Use the Godot proposals viewer to view all open proposals. Okay. Okay. So how about I actually look at how they want people to do this, if they're using open a proposal issue, or you can create an open discussion. Proposal issues are required to explain in technical detail how the suggested change should be implemented. If a more general idea for a feature but are not well versed in Godot's architecture or do not possess the necessary knowledge to implement it in the engine, feel free to open a discussion instead of an issue. So I guess this compiles both of them. This does get discussions and issues. Just search copy. Well, I don't know what I expected. Maybe I just search for packed by array. Interface to be easier to use and more consistent. What do they mean here? Packed byte array to int32 array. Are they just proposing these methods exactly? Okay. When was this written? 2021. This is a really old one. They might already have this. I feel like they already have this, but I don't know. If they do, then this probably should have been closed, right? They have it, yeah. This exists. So I'm sure leave a comment on this saying this is done. They just said int 6432. They even have color. They have everything, I think. That's everything, right? In 32, that's everything. Those are all the packed arrays, I believe. I guess they're actually missing string. Packed string array. They are missing packed string array. That's the only one missing. So is that, but they didn't even suggest that, just did double float and signed. Should I leave a comment and like ask like, hey, I think this is done? Seems like it's done. Okay, well, I don't see... Get a diff? I don't see anything about copy range. So... Alright. I'm gonna see if I can ask... I don't even know where I would ask. Or should I go to advanced help? I think GD Script Discuss is probably a good channel for it, so I'll ask there. I guess I could read what I'm writing. I looked at a copy move range method for packed battery that essentially just gives access to standard mem copy and mem move. I have a need to move things around in a packed byte array, and I think it would be better to send that to C++ land instead of writing a range loop in GDScript. I looked at proposals. And current issues, PRs, and don't see anyone asking for this or working on it. I looked at an old PR for adding as and sort methods. Should I just follow that PR to add these methods, or has something changed in the meantime? Mainly concerned with the GD native API file. Is this generated with a tool or manually written? And I'm going to link to the relevant PR. Relevant PR. I was looking at this one. And I guess I'll just do files changed. It's probably better. Alright. See if anyone, it's just made a hole. Yeah, remove that embed. Don't need that. He just, like, exploded this guy's profile picture, which is actually kind of a crazy profile picture. This is just full screen covering, like, the entire channel. Funny. And then I'm leaving another message. It would support copying from A to A or A to B. The copy move will be split in case the dev knows they want the side effect of copying overlapping indexes, or using move if they do not want overlap to have side effects. Okay, and yeah, I'm just gonna start writing it. I think that probably at the very least I need, I guess I could look at has and maybe add it here. But I was thinking at the very least I want, let me minimize this stuff that I don't need open. At the very least I would need documentation. I want, yeah, these. I would need these, I think. Yeah, I'm just not sure if this file is generated by a tool, but it makes me believe that it's manually written. Actually, yeah, this is a sign of being manually written for sure. The spaces here. This is not a generated file. It's actually definitely not a generated file. Dude. That is crazy. How large is this file? This is probably I want to see the file, please. Oh, it's not that big. So is it just these variant types? Every method for a variant type, they just have this, and it's manually written? Nuts. They already have a macro here. They could just straight up parse this file and convert it to this file. Because that's what looks like all this is. It's just adding these definitions, like just straight up copying type specifiers. Like literally everything is exactly the same. They already have the macro here at the front. This file could definitely just be generated. Okay. So it looks like what they do is they cast this to they cast it to a vector of the type, and then they call the method. I guess this could go on vector, because he did add has. He added this. This is a new method on vector. Where was this? Was it core? Core variants? Core templates? Core variants? Just core, actually. It must have moved since then. It must have moved. Because this is core vector. This must have moved. Alright. I guess what I do is I probably just open it here and find it. Is it... Oh, it's under math, isn't it? No. It's under templates. There we go. So where's the has method? I guess since I know where it is, I can just go search here. Templates. Also, I forgot that I literally have a find file thing, and I could have just typed in vector, and it's right here. Okay. Also, I should be on 7, actually, shouldn't I? Okay, just close, please. I don't care. Okay. Let me go and close it here so I'm not messing with that. Core, templates, vector. Because really all I want is just a call to standard. But I need to see what they do. It looks like they don't have any standard code in here. They're just calling out to this cow data pointer. Oh, there's a standard move. And there's a mem copy. Is mem copy not standard? It is. Define in C string. So what's going on here? Why is it just mem copy out like that? Include initializer list. I'm feeling some pain for some time. I don't know if it's caused by bad posture or kidney failure. I don't know either. But I'm sure it means that you're dying, and any second you will fall to the floor. Not really. I wish. I don't. This is weird stuff. This is what I don't get. Also, fill. I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? We can use memset. Okay. I mean, I think we can use memset. Maybe that's not actually how that works. No, that is. Destination int. Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. I thought memset worked there. I guess it doesn't. Why is there no ending new line? Wait, what? Wait, what? I feel like I was stuck on this line for some reason. I don't know. Okay, whatever. So I don't care about iterators. I don't care about equals. Slice is interesting. Slice doesn't... Okay, so this is weird. This mem copy here is weird. It's not prefaced with standard. And it makes me think that mem copy is perhaps, I guess, a macro. Wait, was it written mem copy or mem CPY? Where is it? One result. Underscore mem copy. Define mem copy SDL mem. SDL mem copy. Alright, what is underscore mem copy? Doesn't exist. Some systems may have a macro. I've seen SDL before, but I'm just not really sure what that actually means. Define SDL to be memcopy. Oh, what? Extern destination. I mean, this is the correct signature. Copy non-overlapping regions, and I assume mem_move is right beneath it. No, we have copy P. There's mem_move. If you're confident that the regions never overlap, use memcopy. It is safe to call this function from any thread. I mean, that's just, this is like crazy looking stuff, but okay. No responses yet. All right. Back to vector, I guess. So I guess I can just write memcopy and mem_move, and I should probably write it in here. Although the order of this stuff is interesting. We have operators mixed with functions. So append, pushback, remove at, which I believe is erase. No, wait, where? Wait, what do I use? I use a remove at. Why erase? Removes the first occurrence of a value from the array and returns true. Where's erase? There it is. It calls find and then remove at. Cool. Force inline. Force inline has. Where would I put this? There's 2 byte array. Above the iterators for sure. Ordered insert, duplicate, above duplicate, I think. Probably also above sort. Yeah, I feel like somewhere up here where we're modifying, so we have an insert and a find. So maybe above. Okay, it's got it. All right. I think it's going to be underneath. I think right here. I feel like right about here is where it would be sitting. And this can be an inline too. Do I need, I don't see any checks around here. Yeah, I don't see any checks. Append array. Must take a copy instead of a reference. Okay. So let's say this is just going to call. This is just going to be safe. Or it's going to be unsafe, rather. Force inline. I don't think we return anything. It would be copy range and move range. So copy range. Within the same. Actually, would it be the same? So I think move, I can be sure that I'm only calling it on the same array. Copy would be passing in A, B, A start, B start, right? And then B length. Must take a copy instead of a reference. So vector.h, it's defined in the same file, of course. Honestly, I'll just take another. I don't think I can take another tab. I'll just scroll down to where it is. Append array. Why do we have to take a copy? I don't like that. Why does it have to be a copy? Because that kind of takes off everything. See GH31736. 31736. Have there really been that many issues? I guess so. They say 31736. Here it is. Push back insert vector element into the same vector. Want to create a fresh, more focused discussion? Hey Zornic2, thanks for following. I'm assuming this is the same, this is what they're talking about. Prohibit copying within a vector. Alright, I guess I just have to read this because I'm not sure what's going on here. STL is it the standard library? Push back an element from the same vector. Pushback 1, pushback V0. The second pushback causes a reallocation. The reference to the first integer in the vector will no longer be valid. But this reads it right there. What? But this reads the value. This is passed by value. Yes, it's safe. A potential defect. Parameters taken by const reference. Okay. V2 could be changed by moving elements of the vector. This is not a defect. Insert language lawyer. Okay, but I'm running mem copy. I'm not. Okay, this is. I can take a reference. I can definitely take a reference. All right, this is fine. I can definitely take a reference. So, only thing that's weird is who makes the decision that a function should be defined and then declared and then defined at the end of the file versus declared and defined right in place? I guess const has to be defined in place. This one is not const. I guess if it's short. Also, they do have error fail conditions, which is what I was wondering about. Okay. So I will do a copy range. Yeah, what's the signature look like here? I guess I take other index, and then copy range. Normally it's like destination and is it source and destination or destination and source? What are you working on? I want to take something out of, well, zombie AI, but I have some memory stuff here. where I would like to take... Sorry, one second. Okay, I was saying I'm doing some memory stuff here where I'm essentially copying a range somewhere around here. Okay, it's further up. This. I'm copying a range of data to another location, and this could get really bad if I'm doing this too much. If I'm copying a big enough portion of my array, this could get really bad. Because, I mean, surely this is just like more than... This is going to be just slower than doing it like on native code, right? So I just wanted to essentially just add this method to Godot directly. And since I feel like it's a pretty useful thing, I'm also going to make a pull request out of it. That's what I'm doing right now. So how would I write this? Copy range. I almost feel like this should be a static method. Do they have any statics? Nope. Okay. Copy range. I guess I would do... Yeah, it probably makes sense to specify the location to start. So, what do they do? They normally do P2. I'll do a reference to a vector. This wouldn't just be copying... Alright, let me look at find. Yeah, this has to be a template, doesn't it? And the types have to match. Size, other size. If it's 0, our size. Yeah, I think this is pretty much specifying that they have to be the same type. Okay, not here, because that would be adding it for every type, so I'm not adding it here. I would just want this to be... I think I just want this here. In modules, GD native, packed arrays. Is it still there? It's not there. It's called GD script. Okay. Where did this file go? How do I know where this file goes? Maybe just click master and it sends me there? Nope. Packed arrays. Okay, we'll have to go to master. I think it might be... I think it might be here. Variant call. Yeah, this looks like... Yeah, variant call. Is that the same thing here? It's underneath. Variant call. Oh, no. It's core. Okay, so I'm looking for... I guess I'm probably looking for this exactly. Okay, maybe a more recent pull request instead. Hey, Alchemy. Fill methods. How's tricks? Tricks? There's variant call. Oh, maybe they have... Okay, I think... Alright, that was a version 3 to version 4 difference, I think. This adds the fill method, and they're using bind method here, which looks the exact same, though I don't see... How are things? I don't know that lingo. Things are well. I'm adding something that I would like to have for packed arrays. I'm kind of struggling on figuring out where I even do that, though. I guess what I can do is probably look for... I guess I'll be looking at packed byte array. Somewhere around here is the... like 2 other methods. It's not there. Okay, well, this is also just an old commit, so I guess it's probably not there yet. All right, let me look for... 2 in 32 array. So they bind it. They bind it to decode S32 array. decode S32 array. Variant call static. Okay. All right, well, I've found something. You should probably join dev discussion server. They aren't here. What? Dev discussion server. Really? Okay, I mean, he just told me you should join a different server and then just doesn't... What? This one, Lemmy is an open source alternative to Reddit? No. Community run Discord server? Official pages? Okay. Looking to see where I would... Okay, so... Return decode double. Decode variant. Alright, so they get a mem copy here. They have messages here. So I'm guessing it would be a... There's the decode, there's the encode. So this is pretty alphabetical. And that's the end of them. Byte swap. Get string from ASCII. Okay, so I think that's probably... one of these pull requests here. Add fill methods. Okay, not quite. Maybe I look for... Alright, I've got an idea. I think I know probably where I want to go. So let's go to this file. Wrong repo. Already have it open. Or do I? Yep, it's already open. Okay. So I want to see when the decode arrays were added. I'm already on it. Cool. Okay, and then I want to see this commit. And how do I find... authored? Okay, so I guess I would search for this name. I guess I search for this name. Because I want to find the... Is there a way to find a pull request this was sent with? Oh, is this all added as one commit? Okay, well, here's the thing that I don't know. There could be more than just this one. I'm assuming that it's probably... It could just be one commit, but I have to find it. Okay, it was only one commit. What did they say? Did they say anything about this that I should be aware of? I haven't done one for packed string array. Okay, so I don't think... Okay. What about the precision? The 8 bytes don't apply for double builds. Rephrased. Is empty. Okay. Details on the precision. Suggested change. Size of the array must be a multiple of 16. New array will be size over 16. Okay, I think you just have the same wording. You just said to use a note. Yeah, using notes. Okay. Commits into 1. Commit append. The title of the commit to match the PR to make it a bit clearer without the little details of the code. Okay. There wasn't anything... There was a particular thing about the commit message. I guess they want the commit to be the same as the pull request. Okay, and then it was just these two. Yeah, it was just documentation and the bind function. Okay, so they really simplified this. All right, cool. Okay, so yeah, I'm only working on variant call and then updating documentation. Okay. Cool. Am I inside a variant call right now? Yes, I am. Alright, so let's go to the bind. Byte array. Bind method, bind function. So I'm assuming the bind method is just connecting the type to... Oh wait, are these arrays like parameters and then defaults? That is what that is, isn't it? Yes, the parameters and then defaults. Okay, that's what varray is. So these are binding, I think, directly to the actual class, and these are adding functions on top of that are then bound to these extra stuff. So this is something extra. It maybe would be get string it would be somewhere here in the bind function. Those are, it feels like it should probably be up here, shouldn't it? Compress, decompress. Yeah, probably. It looks like it fits up here. Alright, so I'll just start writing it. I guess it would just be copy range, and then variant call, fitting the names, fact, byte array, copy range. I assume S array is string array. So I would do I guess 2 index, and then I would have source array and source index, and then count. So the index of this array are source and then how much. And then V array should just be empty. And then I think, I guess I could probably just copy this. Move range would be operating within the exact same. So 2 from and then count. Copy. Maybe it makes, okay, so I'm kind of rethinking this. So I think I would want to do source array, source index, and then destination index, and then count. I feel like that makes more sense. Because I think from and then to, and then count. I think that feels better. I guess I should probably just match what memcopy does, actually. Destination, source, count. So I have... Okay, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, destination... I'm just going to keep the exact same stuff that they have. So I have destination, source, array, and an index, and then count. So destination, destination, source, count. And do any of these have anything about return types? I would know that get string from ASCII returns something, but it doesn't specify it here. I know that toInt array also returns something, but it doesn't specify it here, so I guess I'm fine. So I just gotta write these methods. So I'm looking for this decompress dynamic method. And in fact, let me go and copy those. Alright, so I think I want to put this after... Okay, what is this hex encode? Alright, it's a bit out of order. But it should be right between the decompress dynamic and the decode, which I think is where I was going to put it. Yeah, I'll put it here. Okay, so I'm looking for... Yeah, so I get the instance, and then I get my parameters that I wrote after it. And then I get my return. So this returns nothing. Pointer, instance, and then I get, I guess, do I have decode in 64 type offset? Okay, so I'll track that. Destination index. This would be a source, so packed byte array, source array. Also, I guess they're all P's, so... I guess I don't really need to be super... Destination, source, and then... Index... And then all right, I'll be descriptive. Okay. All right. Do they have another one that's like a... I was gonna say the source pointer I shouldn't be changing, right? But I mean, it is a pointer. But how do I say that this is constant? Because I should be writing that this is constant. Do they have anything else that takes a different... Okay, so they take a const string reference. Alright, I guess I can just probably search for it. This doesn't exist. Alright, let me go look at... I really want to see if they have any other kind... any other kind of method that takes a different array. Looks like they don't. Oh wait, they do have append array, but I don't think append array is written here. I'm pretty sure it's not written here. Yeah, they just do a bind on array, which is secretly vector. Yeah. And that one they do have to take, I think they have to take a copy of it in case you pass the same value. actually, I guess I don't know for a fact that the copy... Never mind. I actually don't know for a fact that the other is constant, because they could be pointing to the same memory, so never mind. Copy range. Back to this. I actually don't know for a fact that the other array that I have is not being modified, so... So I guess I would say if p count is 0, then for both of these I know I can just do a return. And then I could also do another check here. Maybe I don't do a check. Does memcopy check if your destination and source are the same? Because if your destination and the source are the same, you know for a fact that you're not going to change anything. So I guess I could do, I guess I just do that check myself. So if I probably have to do a check here, right? Yeah, let me do a check here. This probably needs to be a fail. With no value results, but did these have any messages? Error fail message. Yeah, error fail. Condition message. Error fail condition message. Good. Yeah, this is what I want to see. Okay. Error fail message. And I'm assuming if this is true or if it's false. Okay, this has to be true and then it passes. Is not a null value, then I would say is this even possible? I feel like it may not be possible. Whatever, I'll write it like that anyway. I will be back in a second. Gotta take the dog out. I'm back. Okay, so I was checking if our source and if our source and instance are the same and the destination and source index are the same, we can return. What is this weird tab thing? It keeps wanting to add 2 spaces when I hit. I guess it only does that when the parentheses aren't there. Then I guess in this case, I can also return if these two are the same. If either one is these two things are true, I can return that. I should probably also fail if if the index plus the count is greater than the size of either one of these two. And I'm doing preemptive fails even if it didn't matter. Like, even if count is greater than, even if I pass in like 1 million for the counts and both arrays are empty, I still want to fail before reaching this return, just because the inputs could be dynamic, right? I could be writing from GDScript and I'd want it to fail immediately when it knows there's a problem, rather than sometimes failing and sometimes not for the same inputs. So yeah, I guess I just do if size what would it be? It would be if if so destination index is 0 and a count of 1 has to be less than or equal to size, right? So if these two added together, so what I just noticed, so the size comes back as a U. Oh wait, what? Wait, what did I see size saved? uint64, and we accept an int64. I guess since it's coming from the outside, it has to be an int. It can't be an unsigned int. So this has to be false. So when this is false, then we do this, right? If offset is less than 0 or offset is greater than size minus 1. Oh, wait, when this is true, this happens. Okay. And I have a feeling this is impossible. Whatever. So this should be true, and when it's... Oh wait. If this is true, if the condition is true, then it fails. If offset is negative or offset is greater than size minus 1. When this is true, it fails. So when this is true, it fails. Okay. When this is true, it fails. I guess maybe it makes more sense to say that size. Whoops. Yeah, I guess I'll stash it here. This is really weird tabbing. I don't understand this at all. So if the size is less than this, then I fail. So when that condition is true, we fail. So if size is 1, my index, my destination is 0, and my count is 1, so that's fine. 1 is not less than 1. If my size was 3 and I wanted to copy 2 bytes from 1, it'd be 1 plus 2 is 3. 3 is not less than 3. So this is fine. Okay. Fail in both of these. The source size is less than source index. Cannot copy beyond the size of the source array. I guess I could write index out of bounds. Do they do a check here? I don't know, whatever. So our index plus count has to remain less than our sizes. So destination index plus count has to be less than our size, and source index plus count has to be less than source size. If these point to the same place and the indexes are the same, then we're already done. And then here is where I would essentially just write memcopy, right? I think I just write memcopy. Although I have to know how to index into it. Instance pointer, a pointer to a uint8. How do they access decoding? uint8. That's really weird. But this is correct, I guess. uint8. Oh, never mind. It's a pointer to uint8. Duh. Yeah, so I guess you just write memcopy. And they have the same structure as this one, the same signature. Destination, source, and then yeah, destination, source. This one's a bit weird. This one does say const. Right on. So destination would be I guess it would pp instance pointer plus source. Or no. Destination. And then source pointer plus source index. And then the amount count. Number of bytes. And then I think that's it. So very similar. The only difference here is that this is going to be... That's not there. That's there. This is not there. The only issue is that if destination or source index is greater than our size, it cannot copy beyond the size of the... And I guess I can differentiate that. Cannot copy... Or I guess I would say... What's the binding that I have here? From index and to index. Okay. Oh. Yeah, from and to. So destination is from. Cannot move. Cannot move bytes. From index plus count. I guess I'll just say this. I don't know, this feels weird. Cannot move bytes. From index plus count is greater than size. Cannot copy bytes. From index plus count is less than size, or sorry, is greater than size. Cannot copy bytes. Destination is actually 2. Never mind. Wait, hang on. Did I actually write these wrong? I feel like I actually might have written these wrong. The first parameter in both is 2. The second parameter is from. First parameter is 2. Second parameter is from. Destination source, right? Destination to source from. Like I'm like tricking myself or something. Destination source. Destination to index plus count is greater than size. Cannot copy bytes. Source. From index plus count is greater than from size. Just greater than size, I guess. From index plus count is greater than size of source. All right, those are probably better descriptions. So then I fail if either one of those are true, because we're doing the same array, and these are allowed to overlap. So that's not an issue. It definitely should fail if these values are negative. And these ones don't have a message, these just fail. So let me do a message, because I know what these values are actually called. So when this is true, this fails. Index must be positive. To index, which is destination, source is from. From index must be positive, to index must be positive. If the count is 0, also I guess count must be positive. Whoops. Let me even use 0 or greater instead of positive, because I feel like it's possibly confusing. Because you can still pass 0. Positive count implies you have to copy at least 1 byte, but you can pass 0, that's fine. So if the count is 0 or the destination and source are the same, return also, I guess I have to check this at the top instead. Before I do any returns. Yeah, I just feel like checking all the errors right off the bat is definitely better than doing short circuits. Which could... Because if I had this where I had it, it would essentially mean that I could pass 0 or the destination source index being way out of bounds. Or 0, I guess 0 is fine, but I could pass it such that the source and destination indexes are already out of bounds and I haven't checked that. So I wouldn't throw an error. I wouldn't throw an error every time. Okay. And I think mem move is exactly the same. Yeah, destination, source, count. Hey, Yulia. So from us plus destination, them plus source for count. And highlighting stopped. I'm not really sure why highlighting stopped. To me, that means I might have an unclosed parenthesis or something. Suspicious. Oh, this isn't real. That's why. Is this definitely safe? Is what I have written safe? I can guarantee that the size plus the index are less, or size, the index plus the count is less than the size. Or is at least less than or equal to the size. Alright, let me say my size is 1. Yeah, this is fine. I was just thinking about the case that I don't have like a -1 anywhere and it feels a bit weird. But count kind of includes that. If count is 0 or the destination source indexes are the same, I'm only copying within the same array, so I'm good. Right, and then I just have to add the documentation. So doc classes packed byte array XML. Okay, so I want to look for decompress, duplicate. These are all alphabetized, it seems. Yep, very alphabetized. So I would have copy here. Is that right? Count. Yeah, copy would be here. It is not const, certainly. So I guess I have void. And then parameter indexes, and then the description. All right, cool. So I would need this, looking for this one. So to index from index, or to index from array from index count. To index from array. Sorry for being slow. I don't understand. Godot didn't have a function for copying one array into another. No, not that I could find. They made you write the loop yourself. These don't have defaults, so yeah, take off the defaults. they have new lines here? There are new lines. I think new lines add like a paragraph. Yeah, I think new lines are like paragraphs. So I should write everything on one line if I want in the same paragraph. Okay. The source array can be the same array. You must take care to avoid overlapping indexes. This actually probably is a note, isn't it? How do they write this? They do B note. And I guess I keep this. This array must be large enough to copy the data. So you may need to, I think it's, I want to reference, a function, method decompress. Okay, so method, method resize. Duplicate? That's not what we're talking about. Duplicate's making a new array. They have append array. They do have append array. But that's not... That's appending one element at a time. It's this... I have a case where I would prefer to use copy and move. In fact, what I'm going to actually use is going to be move range, but I'm just adding copy range to be complete. And what do? They do like code param. From array can be this array. We must take care to avoid overlapping indexes. And then I want to say C method move range. All right, 1 second. I'm back. It only works on trivially copyable types. Yes. These are integers, so. Also, trivially copyable, it just, mem copy and mem move, it's what I'm using. Those are just working on bytes. So, you can use it for not trivially copyable stuff, and it would give you the same thing. But yeah, I think you generally wouldn't do that. From array can be this array, but you must take care to avoid overlapping indexes. C method and move range if start and end overlap. Okay, and I think this can pretty much just be copied and slightly changed. Move. That one goes away. 1, 2. Destination source count. Okay. Moves a range of bytes within this array. The final bytes. I guess you can just do code. The start and end of each range can overlap. But you must ensure the ranges do not exceed the size of this array. And then do they have other, like, do they have like a seed this method if you, I probably should, because these are going to be, you know, I'm actually going to move this down to be in alphabetical order, which I think like generating this stuff, that's what happens. I'm just writing it manually, although I know it should be generated. Moves a range of bytes in this array. I guess I'll just say like C method copy range if you need to copy data from a different packed byte array. C copy range if you need, C method move range if your start and end overlap. I guess it would actually be if your destination and source overlap. If you are copying from the same array and your destination and source overlap. May overlap. C method copy range if you need to copy data from a different packed byte array. This only operates within the same array. See method copy range if you need to copy data from a different packed byte array. Is that all correct? To index from index count, to index from index count, to index from array from index count, to index from array from index count. Yeah. And I just have to move this down to wherever it would sit. It would sit here. Okay. I believe those are the only files that they changed. So, should be the same for me. I have an extra new line up there. That's not good. Okay. I guess I have to physically test this with some project, right? So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't remember this. I think it's just scons, and then that's actually all I have to write. Or would it be build? Okay. And then follow their examples, and I'm pretty sure it's just gonna ask me. Yeah. Actually, I think when I push this, it's gonna build it, isn't it? Although there's definitely no test for this, so I guess this is at least gonna tell me whether or not it's building. Code style, file formatting, and docs. Okay. In the meantime, I have to go see how they build this, because I've forgotten, or I guess I can just go see how I build this, which is why I pushed it. SCons production true, that's literally all I have. Okay. Wow, that's gonna take forever. In the meantime, I will go ahead and do this on my own version here. Oh my god. Never mind. All right. I think what I do is I could just make another branch called... I'd have to do this on the console. Make another branch. Maybe just call it like zombie game, add packed byte array, and then just rebase it to get it on my own. But I gotta leave that sit to do that. I'm gonna go make lunch. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. I was gone a bit longer. I was talking with my dad. Okay, this is done. Compiling. Building terminated because of errors. Well, ain't that nice. What is going on? Comparison of integer expressions of different signedness. Well, I should have paid attention to that because it's literally written right here. Right here. In 64. Wait, what do they do? Why do they write it like that? That's a weird way to write it, but I guess that's how you do it. And then it would be here. Yep, right again. I've got food and I'm eating. Still messed up. P source was not declared in this scope. Well, that's what I get for copying and then not paying attention. Can I write it like this? Why does it hate me? Why is it not letting me add? Right, because I wrote const. Duh. Okay. So it's still fine, I just can't write const. Pointer returns a constant. So I guess what I am looking for is this pointer method. So it would be core templates vector. Pointer W. Okay, that is what I thought. I thought it might be that. Okay. Pointer W. Well, I guess this one's actually not pointer W. This is destination, this is source. I'm not... It does require... This is passing a const. It was mad because I was passing a const pointer when it wanted a non-const pointer. Okay, that should be fine. I guess I could say that this is const then, can't I? I could say this is const. That should be fine. I don't know for a fact that it's const. Or I don't know for a fact that I'm copying from the same array to itself, but I know that the one I'm reading from is not gonna... I'm not changing it. Okay, it's still mad. Okay, I guess I can't write. Where was the problem? Wait, where's the problem? What's the problem? Variant call line 33 from binder. A bind method call, right? Or a bind function call. So long int const vector pointer. And what's the problem? Is it because I'm writing that as const? Alright, I'm just going to assume it's because I'm writing that as const. If smarter people tell me that the right way is a different way, then I'll take their word for it. Okay, in instantiation of this template get function, required from here with p equal to vector pointer. So this is still the copy. Static cast from const object to type const vector. Am I supposed to say... I actually don't understand. something got to do just with the signature of this. What I typically would use here, I thought, would be a reference to a pointer, a const reference to a pointer. Which maybe was what I'm supposed to do. All right, let me write it that way. So I'd write it like this, and then I now have a ref. Which is in ref counted, or I think it's actually an object. Object, ref counted. So a ref, and then do they each have a method pointer? Okay. This might be what I'm supposed to do because this is all invariant, but okay, let me see if there's any const ref in here. I have the only const ref. Also, that's still wrong. It should be that. What are they trying to do? They're trying to do variant internal accessor cannot convert from type object to type vector. So they expect is this what they're reading? No, with type vector. All right, append array. How do they write append array? If only I could type. So bind method append array. So I guess I just want to look at the signature of this method. It's under here. No, it's gonna be vector. Has changed in the buffer as well as changed in Vim itself. No. I guess I just do load file. I'll write that just to be sure. They take vector t other. Okay. Is that what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to write no. Const value reference. Oh, maybe I mean I think I actually was right. I was just like being a bit less fully correct about it. So this should definitely be a reference, but not a pointer. A reference. Because I'm pretty sure what it's passing in is it's trying to pass in. It's trying to do it like this, right? So the reference comes in, I guess what I actually do is I check if the pointers are the same, like this. This can't be null anymore, which I was thinking it should never be null, so this is fine. When I do this, I have a reference I'm calling dot size. And then I guess I'm doing dot pointer. This is all correct. Yeah. Is it happy now? Okay, so it's confused about what this means. Not much for operator. So I think what I'm supposed to do, how do I do this? How do they do this? Would it be... I've seen this code written before. And it looked really weird to me when I saw it, but I think I know what I should be writing here. It's like, I think it's probably just like dot operator. Oh, star operator. Or just that? Dot operator. Oh, I physically want with a literal space after it. Dot operator. I mean, I see what it's doing. How do I tell it? How do I tell it? Why is it weird? I feel like it should know. I feel like it should know. Wait, where am I trying to go? I feel like it should know what I'm trying to do here. How do I... Do they tell me like what I could probably write? Wait, candidate expects 2 arguments. Oh. Oh. Huh? What? Const packed byte array. Okay, I think I just understood something that I've been doing wrong this whole time. When I'm comparing the pointers, I should be getting the pointer and comparing that. I should not be comparing this, right? Okay, but this one does have to be the arrow. If these pointers are the same, maybe I should do this. So if these are the same, if the destination pointer and the source pointer are the same, and the destination index and the source index are the same, we don't have to copy anything. Destination pointer and then source pointer. Okay, so this is better. All right, cool. Now I think we're finally good. Classic. Right, so this step's probably going to take like several minutes. And it could still fail at the very end. I'll be right back. I'm back. Where does that error come from? I missed that message. What error? This, these are all nonsense warnings. I should really look up how to scroll this faster. This stuff? These errors? I'm going to assume you are not here right now. Failure. What? I'm assuming the builds are fine to fail. I was mostly just looking at this one, if I did anything wrong there. Yeah, these ones. They are crazy errors. It's because I was passing a pointer. The expectation with... Let me find the bindings. The expectation is that these parameters that I'm passing when I'm calling this bind function are either like normal integers and things like that, or I guess that these are always specific types. If they're not a specific type, then it has to cast them. And when you pass objects, they should always be references. Is essentially what happened here. Because I guess the closest thing it can get is a const object pointer when I have a pointer. So it can't... This is one of those like types that it's allowed to have, I guess. So if I put in a pointer, it has to be a const object pointer. I can't pass in anything else. If I want objects, I have to do references. I mean, maybe that's not exactly why that happened, or the reason, or how it works, but the solution there is just to take it as a reference instead of a pointer. Okay, so that's built. I am going to close this. And run it. Okay. New file, project. Back to byte array test. there. Don't need any of that. Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna call those functions really is all I'm gonna do. Just gonna write a script that runs at the start and then calls those functions. Wow, that font is tiny. Guess I could do init. A packed byte array. B will be the same. And I would expect when I open this, they have copy range and move range. Cool. Copies range from a given packed byte array into this array. This array must be large enough to copy the data, so you may need to resize first, and that works. Cool. From array can be this array, but you must take care to avoid overlapping indexes. See move range if you are copying the same array and your destination and source may overlap. Move range. Okay. Move is a range of bytes within this array. The start and end of each range can overlap, but you must ensure the ranges do not exceed the size of this array. This only operates within the same array. See copy range if you need to copy data from a different packed byte range. Packed byte array. A range. Okay, so I'm just gonna do 10, 9, 8. I don't think I need to do like any like weird randomizations here. I mean, I guess for this one I'll just do a weird randomization. I'll just line these up so I can see. Okay, so I want to, I'm just gonna do some test here. Copy range to, let's just go simple, start at 0, from B, 0, and I want to do B size. Oh, I guess I have to save the scene. Run, select current. Let's do embed. Do I turn that off? How do I make this? Yeah, so let me try that again. So maybe it just puts it here. Good. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works. So let's run that. A should be copying everything from here. So it should be all of these and then 4, 3, 2, 1. All of those and 4, 3, 2, 1. And this one stayed the same. Good. Okay. That worked. Now I want to do, I guess, not the whole thing. So let's do start from 3 and a 0. So we're copying starting at 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So 10, 20, 70. And then it should be 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. All right, so I'm going to try to make some crashes. This would be a crash. I guess this would be barely a crash. So put the breakpoint there now. Okay, so what happens? I get an error printing, cannot copy bytes from index plus count is greater than the size of source. And then it says from index plus count is greater than size of source. And they should be the same. So it should be 10.9. Oh, that's the same. Okay. Let's just see if the optimization worked. I mean, I guess I could just write that actually. Does this overlap? This is copying. So it would read this value and paste it in there. So backwards is always fine. So I actually want to go forwards. So I want to read from 0, writing at 3, and I want to write 5. And I expect this to do something that I, as an actual programmer would not want it to do, which is it would write 7, 6, 5, and then at this point, wait, yeah, 7, 6, 5, and at this point I would normally expect it to write 4, but it would write, I don't know, I think it's going to be weird. Yeah, okay. It's writing now, and then it's just looping, right? 10.9.8 and then 10.9.8. Because then it starts reading from where it's writing, and nothing exploded. There was an error. Oh, that's just a warning. Okay, so then if I instead did move range, and I think I just take that out to from count. So now it would write what I would expect to see. Oh wait, hang on. Never mind, it didn't do what I thought it would do. Interesting. Did I write it correctly? (10.9.876). That's actually kind of weird. Why did that work? It worked because it's reading from 0 and writing to 3. So when it gets to 3, it should be reading. So it'd write 10. Yeah, because then 7 goes away. So it wouldn't be able to copy 7 anymore. How did it do that? The write pointer and the read pointer are different. Is that guaranteed? Is it guaranteed to always act like this? That's really weird. I was not expecting this. Copy on write. It is returning a different pointer. These are literally different pointers. Pointer W, pointer. I am surprised. It's possible. No, memcopy shouldn't do any checks. It should just write it. What I was hoping would happen is that I would get this side effect of writing 10.9.8 and then writing 10.9 is what I wanted to see. The fact that I didn't see it, I don't like. I don't like that I didn't see that. I should have seen that. I guess it's possible that maybe this implementation of mem copy always operates in reverse. So maybe on a different machine it would do something different. Okay, well, when I get around to, I guess, sending this as a pull request, which I think I'll just do on my own time, I'll have to be sure to ask the question of why this didn't happen. Because I wanted this to say 10.9.8 and then 10.9.8 because now it's reading from here. That's what would happen if I did like my own implementation where I just went through the list. I just went through each byte on my own. That's what would have happened. But I guess actually not, because like I said, these are different pointers. So I don't know if it's because the implementation of memcopy is just different for me, or if these two are fundamentally different pointers somehow. Which would not make sense to me. It's also possible that what I've written here is making a copy. That's possible. This could have made a copy. Let me try doing this. Let me try writing ref. And just see if this changes that. Because I want the effect of that. I want this effect. I really want this effect. All right. I'm just going to write it myself. I'm just going to write the for loop. So how do I do this? I think I just do is that correct? Destination pointer I plus destination index is equal to source pointer I plus source pointer index. Or source index. And y is less than count. Okay. It's actually linking. Stop doing that. It's funny. Okay. And I definitely ensure that count has to be greater than 0. Yeah. 0 or greater. Right. I did not mean to close it. Whoops. Oh, no way. Okay, well, I think this is still going to be faster than linking in production mode. So... Because I mean, I literally don't need the production version. I just need to know if the code functions correctly. Anyway, this should tell me if the pointer and the right pointer are two different things. Because I actually... I feel like that must mean that the other, whatever implementation is on my computer, is going backwards, which always has the same result, but it also has the effect of kind of solving overlaps, I guess. Or maybe memcopy had some detections when pointers are overlapping, or the range of pointers overlaps. And then it does backwards. I don't know. I don't know exactly why I didn't have the side effect of reading from memory I've already written to. Or if that's just how that cow data interface operates. It stores like 2 versions. If it's small enough, it like stores 2 versions. Where one side is the writing side and the another side is a read side. Yeah, I don't know how that... I feel like I can only explain that is if it had 2 different copies and it uses some way to check when it needs to update the read value. I guess when I call to retrieve the read pointer is when it makes a copy. If we have any writes, that's when it makes the copy. That could be exactly what that means. I just thought copy on write meant... What did I think it meant? Yeah, I guess it must mean that it creates a new copy when you're writing. And then it waits until you read again to... Or it waits until you call pointer before it will take what you've written and write it to the read buffer. I'm assuming that's how that works. But I want it to actually have that side effect. Otherwise, there's no reason to have a copy or a move. It should just be the same one function together. And if not, then I can't have that, I just have to bring it down to 1 and just call it copy. and get rid of move. Because I'd be able to guarantee that it's always correct. I don't know, it's weird because if there must be something. Okay, let me just go look, I guess. There's got to be. I mean, I just can't believe that they always keep a copy. There's got to be a certain size limit before they just start writing to the same vector and they're not having two vectors. But where is it? Okay. There it is. So there's mutable pointer. Is that it? Pointer W, crash condition, copy on write. If forking fails, we can only crash. Copy on write. So it could be problematic if I have... Well, where's this method? Copy on write. Ensure we're the only owners of the backing buffer. Yeah, so this is where I have a problem. This is where I have a problem. Because if when I call pointer write, a read pointer is no longer valid, which might be what's happening here. Then I have a problem. Because I'm reading from data that is no longer valid during the copy. If ref count is 1, return OK. Otherwise, copy to new buffer exact. Yeah. Previous data pointer is null. Previous data. Copy array placement. Look exact. I'm looking for this previous data here. Previous data pointer. Why do they have two copy array placements? What is this? Oh, I get it. Because they make this, when this gets destroyed, that's when it frees the memory. That's how this works. Right? On ref. Yeah. So when I call pointer, I don't make a reference. Okay. So this should mean... No, I definitely don't have the only reference. There's a reference outside of me. This would be the case if it was all like in the same code. If it was all here, I guess. and nothing was in... That was 8 minutes. And nothing was in GDScript, but because I have it in GDScript, it does have a reference. Yeah, so it's making a copy, and is there a way that I can retrieve the pointer without causing something to happen, without causing your copy? Yeah, this sucks. This sucks. So copy on write checks if we have a null pointer or our ref count is 1. I believe it's greater than 1. It has to be creating a copy. But at the moment that it does that, it makes a copy. This is a problem because I really don't want it to do that. I really don't want it to do that. I really want it to not make a copy here. For writing. Because yeah, when I call... man, how does this work? I move the pointer over, right, when I call copy on write. I move my data, my pointer, over. Okay, so this object keeps... This object just like moves its pointer. Dude. Can I really not... One theory that I have, what I could do, is retrieve the number of references that this has. Can I ask for how many references it has? It seems like I can't. Can I... Okay, I was going to say this. I could cast this to so I get a reference. I get a reference to this, so I just have the thing itself. I could reinterpret the data as a pointer to a certain type, which I know the type that it is. I'd say uint8. And then I have a read, and a write copy that's not copying. I have a read and a write version that's not copying. Could do that. The only issue is that if for some reason cow data ever changes and it doesn't have, and this isn't the first thing, then that's a problem. Wait, what does this mean? Alignment. Okay, I don't think that means anything. These are all type defs. Do type defs? No, they don't. This is the only member. So I can literally just interpret the data at this position as a pointer. So honestly, I think that's what I want to do. I'm not going to call pointer right. This one's fine. I can do that. Actually, I guess what I could do is I could call pointer and cast it away. Actually, yeah, let me just do that. I will call pointer and cast it away. To a right. Okay, so I don't have to do anything crazy. I can just get the pointer and then do that, right? Cast. Okay. Weird. So the example is, yeah, literally just calling cast. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to write that. And I guess I want to leave a note here. And this one. I guess I have to do the same thing here again. Now, is this probably bad? Yeah. I'm sure probably no one... I'm sure this kind of code is not written anywhere else. But I definitely want... I don't want to make... I want the effect of calling move range and copy range to literally have the same effect as just calling mem copy and mem move on the data itself, on the pointer. I don't want a write pointer to make a copy because now that's getting slow and we're avoiding the intention of this, right? The intention of this is that it's going to be fast. If I have to make a full copy every time I copy, I'm doing 2 copies. I don't need to do that. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I really don't want to actually make a copy. I really don't want to do that. So now I can just write mem copy, and we're back to the sanity. Destination source count. And then const cast is not a standard thing. Alright, I just want to see if const cast is written anywhere. I specifically want to see if anyone calls const cast on a pointer from a vector. Here's my usage. Oh, here's something interesting. Get array pointer. Packed array ref. It casts the reference to this pointer and then it casts away the const. Okay, but that's not really... the same thing, I think. This is building, right? I started this building? I don't think I did. Okay, let me start this building, because I was just doing this to see if it existed anywhere else. What is this variant called? Okay, so let's become a reference. I remove that condition check. Those became dots. Casting. Right. Okay. So yeah, I just want to see if anyone else does this. I have a feeling it may not be the case. GD script. No one else does this. This is every const cast in here, and it doesn't look like anyone runs this on a vector. I mean, they do it a lot here where they have these functions marked as const and then they const away for something that could change it. So I guess it's not totally bad because they do this a lot. They have this in a lot of places. Okay, I finished. They just said 4.6, that's funny. Apparently I'm working on 4.6. Okay, so this, I should see 10, 9, 8. I should write 10, 9, 8, and then 10, 9. And hopefully no crashes. Wow, it still did it. How? This is making a copy. This is making a copy. Right? Because this is reading from 0, and it's writing 5, so it would read 10, 9 as the last two elements, because it's reached 3. So it still makes a copy. Okay, what if I say, because this could be perhaps some kind of optimization, I guess, when it sees this const. No. Why is that making a copy? It absolutely is. Did I not actually compile it or something? Oh, I'm running the wrong thing. Okay. I figured it out. I'm still running the production build. I made a dev build. Okay, no, apparently not. Linking program. What if I just do it again? I am in disbelief. That actually doesn't make sense to me. Unless memcopy is going backwards, which it could be. Okay. Why did that just move it onto a new line? Okay. What is it in 64T? I. If this is making a copy when it runs it through there, I'd be very upset. Even though I say a const reference and it still makes a copy no matter what, I'd be very upset to find that out. Because then I feel like I may as well just not even have written this, because that copy just kind of negates the whole point of this. Why did it take so long to compile? Weird. All right, please. Please do the thing. Please do the thing where you write 1098, 1098, or 1098, 109. It did it. I guaranteed I am not making a copy here. And I think I've also proven that memcopy, for whatever reason, either does it in reverse or they do some check on their side to see if there's overlap and then they make a copy. Or not a copy, but they just do it in reverse. Cool. That's what I wanted to see. The reason for this is this kind of copy. One great use case I can think of right now is if I have these 3 bytes and I want them to repeat. I want to fill these 3 bytes repeating through the whole thing. Then I would write something like this. I'm reading from 0 and I'm writing to the size of the thing that I want to repeat throughout the whole range, and then I just write that many bytes out. Cool. Nice. So here's a quick test. Let's make, let me do, okay, well, I guess first of all, I should check move range and check that move range is, this should have the intended effect in this case, because move will double check any overlap and prevent me from doing that. So yeah, this does 109876. Okay, good. Right? No copies. Now, I want to test, I think, just move range and see, I guess, just how good this is. So let's resize to like a megabyte, and then let's fill it with random data the old-fashioned way. Can I actually do... No. So for range, a size, rand I range, I can actually just do rand I. Okay, never mind. Rand I range, 0 to 255. Does it include the inclusive? Good. Okay. So I want to run two things. Essentially, I want to compare moving manually and moving using the method. So I guess I could also do copy. Copy's probably going to be fastest. So let's write, or even just move. Move is supposed to be the slower version, so I'll actually measure against that. I guess let's do start. Let's start at, I want to move the last half to the front half. Let's do that. So I guess actually I want to do -1 on this, and then 512. Okay, and then time ticks, microseconds. For I in range, start plus count. Maybe actually call this source and dest. Is moving to the front. Let's start actually there. Let's do that. So we get overlap. And actually, I guess I'll do 2 so I can compare the results. Ensure that they have the same, ensure that they have the same value, the same thing at the end of the test. Okay, so I'll do A. Destination plus I is equal to A source plus I. Yeah, just in range count. Yeah, this is the same thing. So time is going to be usec minus time. So call this A time. And then I'll do same thing, but using the move. And this will just be the move range dest source count. Okay, and then verify same output. Hey, Yulia. You're crazy. I gotta close my window. I'm getting shined on. You ever call me crazy? Okay. So this verify is probably going to take a long time. And then I just want to do print GD script time. Copy range time. And I'll line these up. All right. Run. No errors. How's our speed? 22 versus 1. Okay, so those numbers are too low, I think. Let's go larger. Let's maybe probably 4x that. And then I want... Let's do this. This is integer division, which I really want it to be integer division. So I guess I just do this, and then I cast it to int. And then this truncates it. So then I want to do from this range, and then count will be I guess just source. Okay. So now I've 4x'd it. See how that does. Okay, 88 to 0. See, not that hard. Maybe. How much can I go before this like starts having problems? I want to see this number reach the tens. I would prefer to see this copy range time to reach the tens. Okay, it's still like sitting at 0 and 1, and this one's... So I'm already looking at a 200 times speed up, I guess, so far. Only for very big stuff. Oh, these are kilobytes. This isn't a megabyte. Jeez, what am I thinking? Let's go straight to a megabyte. A megabyte of data. Can it do it? Still instant. Alright, we're in the tens now. Not even hesitated, instantly said. Okay, dude. I don't know math. I'm gonna make it larger again. I'm gonna do 4 megabytes and see how that handles. Relative speed. So I guess I just want A time over B time. Is that what I'm looking for? And times 100. Am I thinking about this right? Yeah, I'm sure I'm thinking about this right. Why are you mad about that? What's wrong? Oh, because it's integer division. Yeah. All right, let's go to 4. 4 megabytes of packed byte array. Still practically instant. Relative speed 51,000%. Okay. Is that correct? Am I doing the math right? Where did Dan go? He was here. Chat says no match. Is this how you measure? Did I actually do this right? I feel like I'm not quite correct. Am I supposed to subtract 100 from this? I think I'm supposed to technically subtract 100. Either way, this is such a huge difference. It's literally in the 100 times range, right? This is 100 and this is in like the 10,000, close to like the 100,000s actually. What about 16 megabytes? Almost instant. Yeah. And this is in microseconds. So this is milliseconds. Is that right? Micro. Right. Okay. Yeah. So that is such a large difference. I'd say that was worth doing. Definitely worth doing. Sounds correct to me. I don't know. I think it's not like exactly correct, but this was just a test to see if there was a difference. The difference is so large, it's not even really worth looking at like the percentages and comparing them. It's just like, yeah, this one's slow, this one's fast. I have the right test, right? I checked the results and they were the same. I mean, yeah, because honestly, like, even what this is doing, I'm pretty sure every time I write this, it makes a whole copy of the array. I'm pretty sure that's what happens. I think that happens. I would not doubt, I mean, maybe the speed is actually still fast enough that it's probably not doing a full copy every time I write, but definitely way faster to use this method than it is to do the manual loop, so that's nice. And I have the results I was looking for, where I read forward instead of what memcopy is doing, which memcopy must be reading backwards to try to imitate memmove, or maybe it's written so that memmove is just the same implementation. I don't know. I used copy, right? Hang on. Did I use? Because I think what I wrote is that this should be overriding. I used move. Wait a second. How did that happen? You want to calculate percentage change or difference in speed relative? I want a value that essentially says this is 200% faster, which I think is what I wrote there. But I would have to subtract 100 from that. Because if they're the same, then I would be printing 100% faster, and that's not correct. Or maybe I'll just read it that this is 200% speed relative. I mean, yeah, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm not publishing this or anything. It's just for me to look at. I thought what I wrote here is that I'm writing backwards. Oh yeah, I actually want it to do it like this. I want to read and then write forwards. When I'm writing forwards, then this is copy range. I mean, I guess I'll just look at copy range. Yeah, I even wrote copy range. Destination to be. All right, so let's see if this is still the same result. Okay, no error. They had the same result. And it was dramatically, the difference is not so large. Which is actually interesting to me. That's quite interesting. The difference is not as dramatic. So how is... I guess because I'm doing it manually, maybe that's the case, because I want copy range to have the effect of writing forward. I want copy range to operate the same as if I wrote the loop like this. So I guess mem copy does something different that's a bit faster. Because mem move and mem... Okay, mem move is supposed to be slower than mem copy. But I know that I'm not using mem copy here. I'm using my own implementation of it, which is just a loop. So I don't know. Weird. I wonder how that works. But anyway, like I said, move ranges are going to be what I'm using, and the difference in performance is noticeable. It is noticeable. So this is close to what I'm going to be getting out of this. This is the loop that I have written, and this is what I would change it to. Thousands of times. Or I guess if I were to write it as like a 10x or something like that, I guess it's probably like 10 times or 40 times faster. That's probably what this value is. Actually, no, this would be 400 times faster. Alright, anyway, append array is slower than your implementation. I'm not using append array. I'm just writing into itself. Append array adds elements one by one in a for loop. So that one's probably going to be closer to what copy range performance has, but that one initializes the values. So if I were using it to append, I guess you could in theory use copy as an append array substitute. So you would call resize and then copy range. But you wouldn't have the effect of like creating new objects or creating copies of objects. You would just be duplicating the data. All right, that's good. That's cool. That's all I need to see. So now, what I want to do is make a new branch. How do I do this? Can I just create a copy of a branch? That's not exactly what I want to do, though. Because this changes the base of the branch. This isn't exactly a copy. What do they write? Learned. A new branch by copying an existing one. Branch C Creating a new branch B by copying the branch A. And then let's use get branch, new branch, old branch. So I should just use get branch? Okay. New branch. From this branch. No branch named. What? Old branch, new branch. Okay. So I am on add packed byte array copy range. Okay. I kind of did this wrong, actually, so let me delete that one. Right, move this stuff around. I want the side effect of reading copy data. Good. Amend. Copy range and move range methods. Force push. Cool. Oh, and then I need is it -M? Rebase branch onto another branch, and I was struggling to figure out which one, what the order is here. So rebase, it's just because their examples are so crazy that it's hard to know exactly what the order of these are supposed to be. All right, well, I guess let me just go to rebase and look at. Let me just find rebase. On to new base. Okay, so rebase onto the new base, and then I would have the branch that I want. Wait. So right, topic is off of next. So I would write topic, wait. Let's assume topic. Yeah, I want topic to be here. You'd use this command. Okay. So I name the parent that it came from, and then I name the branch that I want to move. Okay. So rebase onto zombie game. The commit, yeah, it's like the commits between this point and this point, right? Yeah. Where it came from master, and the branch is named zombie game add. Copy range. And I should get one commit. One. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then get... Is this what I write? To push the... No. Wait, what branch am I on? I'm on that branch. Okay, let me just do get push force. On branch, zombie game, add. What? Okay. I'm not sure what's going on here. Did I do the right command? Rebase onto zombie game master, zombie game add copy range. Zombie game add copy range. Add packed byte array. On this of to push the branch of the same name on the remote. This? Only one reference expected. What are we talking? Whoa. That's weird. My branch have diverged. I don't understand. Why? I am up to date. Was that just a weird thing because I did the rebase? Was that just a weird rebase thing? What? 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 Is it this? Yeah, something's weird. I'm not sure what's going on there. It looks like it's thinking that the base of this one is a different name, which I am very confused by. Hey, Danilin. I am very confused by this. I think it's because right, okay, I think it's because the reference is not pointing to, I don't know, is it? Oh no, I think this is fine. But I don't know why it says it's add packed byte array. That's weird. But these are the same numbers for master. So yeah, all right. So what I want to do is make pull request for this one to my own repository to zombie game, one commit. Nice. Cool. I don't need any of those. Rebase and merge. Confirm. Okay. Probably after I do this, now it's going to be like, oh, okay, we're fine. Maybe. I don't know what's going on there. Cool. And more compiling. Okay. What can I do right now? I remember I was thinking about some lines like a day or two ago. And I think I had a good one, but I never remembered it and I didn't write it down. So. And I'll see if I can remember it. I think I've totally lost it. I can't even like recall any like details about it. Like, oh, it was talking about this thing, or it was a reference. Maybe it was a reference, actually. Maybe it was a reference. Nah, I think I've just totally lost it. Yeah, it's gone. Okay. I mean, I guess I could start writing it in here. I just don't want to run Godot while that's building. I don't know, it just makes me... I know Linux technically handles running programs while you change the binary on the file system, and it's still fine. I don't know, that's just sketchy to me. I'm gonna dodge doing that. Oh wow, and it just finished as soon as I was about to start. Okay. Funny. Done building targets. I mean, yeah, this should just be here now, right? It takes a really long time to launch sometimes. I'm not sure why it does that. All right. So this done. First one ever, actually. From that list. I don't know, honestly, I probably meant to put it up here. Because that was something I really, really wanted to have. Because I knew it was going to be slower. I'm surprised it's as slow as it was. So now, move later events forward. This should just change to, what am I changing? Event log. And I know that I'm moving it backwards, so I know that I can run copy range, although I was seeing that that was a lot slower. It's still way faster. Maybe I'll just call move range, because I know I'm moving it in the same place. So I'm starting at I minus size. I'm starting at, yeah, I'm moving to event from event plus size. Is it plus size 1? So if the size is 1, I'm at an event and I add 1, so I'm looking at the byte after it. Okay, so yeah. Size and then count. I'd be stopping at, I guess it would be log size minus, is it doing this? Is it log size minus event size minus 1? Like that? I want to copy up to the end. This is a count. So it would be log size minus 1. Okay, let me maybe start with minus 1. Minus 1 first of all. And then minus... I'm not including everything before event. So I'm not including everything before event. And I'm not including everything from event and its size. So also minus this value. Now I need to check that this actually worked. I think it's still set up with random numbers. No. All right. Now, what are the odds that the first ones are all in order? What's my expectation here? I would be waiting maybe, it's probably 60 seconds, maybe a full minute before I get the first one on average. And then I should expect that it's also going to be in the middle with a high likelihood. Just gotta run this guy around until that happens. Maybe I should walk away from that so I can make sure that all these are different positions. Maybe going side to... Actually, the value it's writing is relative, so I need to like be going side to side. Okay, I feel like I've gotten a little bit unlucky that nothing under like 50 seconds. Okay, there we go. We've got one. Is it in the middle? It's not in the middle. I mean, okay. That just feels like, honestly, ridiculously unlucky. That actually feels super unlucky. When I tested it the first time, it took like 3 runs before I got one that was in the middle. And it's at the end again. Oh. 318. Okay, we're finally in the middle. Okay. So we're copying to 318. So we're copying to 318, so the real data doesn't really start until this side. So I get the 7, I get a 1 and a 22. 22 is probably going to be a different value. I'm going to be copying from 424. Go to 424. Looking for the 7 and the 1, and then the next value is 11. Okay. So I'm expecting to see 11, and then I guess I would also see... Oh wait, I would see 11, 4, and then 21. And 132. 11, 4, 21, 132. Copy to here. 11, 4, something, 21. So the copy happened. So I'm going to 318. So I saw 11, 4, that's right, and then 21, 132. Cool. Perfect. And I wasn't getting any weird out of bounds stuff, so actually I'm just going to keep running this. I'm going to take the breakpoint off. I'm going to keep running this just to make sure I'm not getting... I feel like it's pretty likely that I'll get... What are the errors right now? Event decay. Oh, wait, I am getting... Whoa. I am getting errors. Count must be 0 or greater. I don't even know how count could have been negative. So I definitely am doing it wrong then. Oh, wait, I'm not subtracting 1 there, I think. I'm just subtracting that. Copying onto event from event plus size, and then the count would be log size minus everything before that point. But not minus 1. I think that's why. I think that's why that's happening. What is this from? Decode U16. Yeah, I'm decoding negative values. So I was definitely copying it wrong. That's what I wanted to see if I was just doing that wrong. So I'll run it again. I don't think I even have to run him around. I can just let him go. He's still writing memories here. So how do I know if it's working? I actually don't. Because there's no printout when it works. I will only know if it fails. So I'll just let this go for a second. Yep, and I still have it wrong. Okay, so it's really just because I'm dumb and I don't know how this is working, so let me write it all out. Wait, count? Where's count? Oh. So I know I'll be writing log size. So the size of a log. But I'll be writing I won't be including event. Okay, so it might also be that my destination and source were correct. Is it possible that I still have this wrong up here? This decay method isn't quite right. One sec. I'm pretty sure this was right. I know that it works when it's only deleting the oldest one before. And I think I tested middle ones, but I might still have been doing it wrong. I don't think this side is wrong here. Because if I remove it, I decrement size, I leave I as it is, I just say continue. If I do remove it, then I add 1 to size, or add 1 to I, and I go forward. And these two are shared. So this is a reference which updates alongside this one. It's got to be that I'm copying too many bytes or not enough bytes. So I guess let me just make them smaller and then Yeah, just only saving this stuff. Just writing 2 timers. The first timer, when we move, this one doesn't write. The second timer will write. Wait a second. The first timer isn't supposed to copy. Oh, no, that's when I'm overriding an event. Right. This is when I'm moving events, so it should write it. It should be writing it. So I can even leave that one out. And just save the game time. Alright, so let's just say 5 seconds to 30 seconds, I guess. Get things happening a bit faster. And okay. Alright, there was at least a reason that I had this. Let me say 10. I'm kind of worried about what happens if I say 10. I feel like I might end up uncovering a new bug because of how these are saved. Yeah, it's clear that I'm just copying it wrong. So log size. So let's say I have 5 bytes in the whole thing. I'm copying the last byte to the one before it. So I would say log size minus. So log size would be 5. So if I subtract the one before, that'd be like subtracting 3. So then I have to subtract another one additionally. So is that what I have to do? I have to do minus. Like that. I feel like it may have to be this way. May. I want to copy the number of bytes between log size, the end, and this point. So I want the difference between those two values. Okay. Do I have to add one? So if my source is 4, my log size would be 5. 5 minus 4 is 1. So I'd be copying 1 byte. I don't know. I am very unsure about all this. So I'm just going to wait until the first call here. He should still be seeing me and making memories. I guess I just took out too much and now he can't follow me. Which I'm getting a lot of errors. No, those are just warnings. Okay. Why did that take so long to print? Incomplete new sensor memory has no travel data. I mean, that's fine. There we go. First one. So each event is event 105. 21. Oh, this made a bunch of them. Okay, so I guess it's fine if it's reading the last one. Technically, this should do nothing. So destination is 105. Source is 126 and C is 0. Okay. That's what I expected to see. So let's keep running. Hopefully he leads another one soon. There we go. Event number 42, well in the middle. Yeah, that's immediately wrong. Yeah, that's not right. I don't think 63. Oh, maybe it is. It's reading source 63 and it reads 63 bytes forward. +63 is 126. Which seems correct. It's going to read up to, starting at source, it's going to read up to index. No, that's not right. The first one was correct because the one at the end shouldn't have done anything, and it wouldn't have done anything. It just hits the C equals 0 and returns. This one should be reading up to byte 125. Right? 125 is the last byte. So is this going to trip? Really? Reading at byte 63, byte 1. No, that's actually fine. No, that actually is fine. Never mind. So it was writing a line to index 42. 42 contains a size, which they're all 21s. Okay. Alright, so this seems to be working. Although it seems like eventually it gets confused. And this value starts becoming negative. So I'm just going to hit run again. I'm going to take the breakpoint off because that worked. That's what should have happened. And I immediately just got 2 errors. Okay, my mouse is like being weird. What did I just get 2 errors for? Yeah, okay. So wait, I didn't update the indexes. That's what I've been missing. That's been the bug the whole time. I'm not updating the indexes. Oh, where did I do this? Where did I do this? Finish event? Do I update indexes? Yep. So I'm just going to copy this. Erase the index. Update indexes. I've already got that one. So starting at, I just moved everything forward. So every index following Oh wait, no, I would just erase the highest index. What I just would, if the events are the same size, erasing the highest index is the same as deleting the one in the middle and then subtracting all of them. Maybe I shouldn't do that though. Maybe what I do is delete the index, and then for every starting at this point and every index after, starting at event ID, I have to subtract the size of the one that I just removed from every index after. That's definitely what I should do. That's like the smart way to go, right? Update indexes for I in range, event ID, indexes size. Don't need that comment. I is going to be equal to, I guess I'll just do minus equals size of the one that I just deleted. Yeah, that's right. And then skip that line. I could just, yeah, okay. So I definitely know that if they're all the same size, I could just delete the highest index. But is it the case that if they're not the same size, I can't just delete the highest index? I have to actually subtract the size of every one of these indexes? Because they could change? Yeah. Yeah, if any of them are a different size than the one that I deleted, then just removing the highest index doesn't preserve it. But I know that this one definitely does always preserve the indexes correctly. Okay, that's what I've been missing. Just gonna let this guy run for a bit. I don't have a breakpoint, do I? No, I don't. I'll just get a printout when if it fails, but I don't expect it to anymore. I know that's what I've been missing the whole time. I think every time that prints, it's deleted something, maybe? No, I think that's just happening every 10 seconds. Yeah, it's about every 10 seconds. Why am I not using Unity? Because I really like Godot. I think it's really cool. I mostly like that, the reason I started using it was because all your files are essentially text files. So if I go here, so this is the world file. Everything is text. So if I were to change anything like, I don't know, changing one of these polygons, I guess, it'd be a very clear change in like Git history. So I could track that change and know that it was changed. I first used Godot with a friend. We were doing a game jam together. We did not finish it, but I wanted to use Godot because of this. If we work in the same file, we're able to use Git to reconcile differences. And also, I'm starting to really like their scripting. stuff where I'm basically just writing Python. I think it's really nice. Alright, so this has definitely been deleting stuff for a while. I think it's probably working now, finally. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna call that working. Also, it's really been nice that I can very quickly, relatively quickly add something to the engine that I want, like this move range method. And then I can just go back to GDScript and I don't have to worry about this anymore when I add it. That's been really nice. Okay. I did already mark that done, but it was definitely not done. But now it's done. Yeah. Let me send this. Enable spawning false. I moved the zombie. I changed that. This returns a boolean, so I can support that. And then I have to update indexes because that was a bug. Right, and then this one I want to not have. Like literally like this. Like I can just open this and I can see that I changed something on the world and it was this line and I don't really want that. So I just go back to it and change it back. As far as I know, that is not supported, that is not default for Unity or Unreal or pretty much any other game engine I can think of. I mean, technically, I think like RPG Maker does that, but not quite the same way. So moving the zombie, I actually just want to move him back. So let me just send that back. All right, so I finished that. Add facing when navigate. Yeah, that's already in there. Cool. Fix memory decay and use new copy method. Using new pact biter, I am using move range, right? Because I happen to know that this is faster. Yeah. Using new pact biter, a move range method. Which uses mem move and it's way faster than the GDScript for loop. Then fix memory decay bugs. Alright, am I finally ready to just start going on and making him smart? Okay, well, honestly, before I wrote push, I should have, like, made this... Whatever. It's fine. Whatever. I'll just leave it. In theory, I could make this faster, but I feel like this one's not happening as often, and this is writing to memory. We're not reading a very big range. We're just doing one memory at a time there. Well, I guess I could make it faster. I could just read from... I could parse through the event and then write... No, that doesn't make sense. I was going to say write to a temp, write back to this event, and then use the copy, but that's probably not faster. It's probably just slower. I don't know, I'm really hesitant. Like there's something here that I'm still missing that I need. Okay. Let's say the first thing I want to do is I think have I want him to start traveling in the same direction he saw me going the last time he saw me. Should I do that? Yeah, I think that's a simple one to start with. So one way that I could do it is I can make a new goal that's like chase target that would run after attack target and only look to see if the most recent... How would I actually do that? I feel like it should be an attack target. When I complete navigation, I can run this callback. It'll call attack. So I guess what I can do is after I set it complete and I emit the signal, I would know that if I haven't called do attack, then I'd want to I'd want to travel in the same direction as the last time I saw him. The last time I saw the same direction as the last direction I saw the target going. So vision, I believe, adds forward. So this isn't quite what I want. I want to save the character's velocity instead as a direction, not the way they're facing. Yeah, so let's save the velocity. I believe I can just get... Yeah, I think I just want last velocity. And just normalize that. If they're not moving, what do I save? I guess I just save a vector 0 then. Yeah, last velocity is real velocity. If we're 0, I'm just going to make it 0. Just because I know that's like an approximate check. Otherwise, I want to normalize this. Okay. And I'm just going to move this up. Okay. Now, attack target. What can I do here? No, this is kind of different. This is kind of a different thing. This is actually a different thing. I still save it in the sense, but this is definitely a different goal. I was thinking of chase target, but that kind of fits with attack target. But chase is not going to do an attack. Chase is just going to be trying to scan through. Yeah, chase will be when you no longer have eyesight. So chase is where it's going to be checking for things like sound and other stuff. And potentially chasing a zombie, right? Because you don't want to attack the zombie, you just want to follow the zombie. Yeah. Yeah, this is a totally new one. Chase. Can I spell? Chase target. Behavior goal. Failed to load script with parsing errors. Yeah. So what is this? I need name. Just gonna follow on attack target though. Okay. Then I have to write, what is it? Can't update priority and perform actions. Okay. Does this do anything when we're done? I don't think this does. When our navigation is complete, we're just done. So I don't need that stuff, but I do want this. Target groups to chase, and then target distance for chase. Alright, I guess my thought here is a zombie might chase another zombie, but further away. And then a zombie might chase a player. So I might have 2 goals in the list. I would do 1 for chase target, set the groups to player. And then the second target, if that one... This somehow needs to know if it's run or not. If the previous one is doing a navigation. I guess that's actually what I can check. If we're currently navigating, then don't do anything. If we're not navigating, look for any recently fresh data to navigate to, or navigate in the direction of. So this would handle navigating to a location or navigating in a previously seen direction. Yeah. So I need so how does this work? I feel like it's probably better. I'll have to figure out how to make this work with sound and sight at the same time, like pretty much all the senses together. Attack strongly relies on having sight. Then the chase would also rely on sight. Essentially sight, just assuming that we're probably already close to that location. So I could even still call navigate to and then have a callback and have it immediately handled. And then if the navigate comes back as already being complete, then I'll say, all right, well, we're already there, so let's just travel in the same direction we saw them going. And then also at that point, probably using other things like including sound, right? I guess in that case, it would check if there's a more recent sound, and if the sound is perhaps more precise than hearing. I guess the way that it would work with sound is if we're outside the radius that we heard the sound from. So if our, like, essentially from our position to like the center point of the sound is greater than, I don't even know. I'm actually not sure how that would work there. I don't have to think about that now. That is a future thing to think about. So whatever. I mean, honestly, I'm just going to start by copying all of this. Except for do attack. We're not doing that. Just copy all that. So if we have it started. Wait, what is this? Hang on, what is this? What have I written? This is weird. That's like nonsense. That is actually just nonsense. If we haven't seen anything, we're done. I feel like I should be marking these complete. I guess maybe it's not so bad because it's only checking the most recent event, so maybe that's not so bad. But it's like currently set to always... Where does it return? It returns if we don't have the event. It returns if this is not a fresh update. Okay. If it's not started while it started. Otherwise this. I feel like... I think this should honestly go up top. I'm actually not sure if it makes sense to be running this here because this means we're still doing extra code. If I say I want to run, it's a lot of extra stuff. So I think what I should actually do is move this up to the top. This should go up to the top. Check if the sense just set new data. Then clear the flag? Actually, if we are... Oh no, if we're not equal approximately. If the current time is not update time, then we haven't set new data, so we don't do anything. We get down here. I would actually like to check if the event is completed. If we're not started, we do it. Otherwise, I think I want to skip running this if it's started and not completed, and there's not new data. Or I guess I want to skip. I want to skip if it's marked as complete. Oh my gosh, if it's marked as complete. If it's marked as complete, I check this, right? I could even check if... Yeah, I actually want to check this. If we're not completed... Actually, it's actually no matter what. I want to do this. If we haven't started, we want to do it. If we have started it, we need to know if we have new data. If we have new data, then we're going to do it. If we don't, then we're not. Maybe it's good to not really mix these together so much. So I'm only doing return zeros, and then I'm just doing return behavior high, and then I'm just doing return zero at the end. No new information. We're done. Mark started. And then I want to say... Otherwise, I want to clear the flag. New data. Clear complete flag, if it's set. Okay. That's got to be better than what I had before. So with chase target, though, if we haven't started... I think I wanted to ignore it. No. Also, I'm not even looking to see yet if they're in the groups, so it's kind of... The site is only... They only see certain groups, they don't actually... The zombies don't see each other right now. Oh, this one does include target groups for site. Let me go and set this one for target groups for... Yeah, let me go and start respecting target groups here. So... This is only checking the most recent one. Which I guess in this case, if we're doing target groups, I need to be scanning ahead, don't I? Because site could see two things at once and save them both. So then the most recent two, one could be for the target and one could be not for the target. You know, I'm kind of getting a thought here. What if I want a goal to return not just a priority, but some data that it wants to get back in the future? I guess I could just save that data. Yeah, I mean, I should just save that data, I think. Well... yeah, why not? So whenever I return here, I want to say target event is event. And then here, I can just get the memory. And then check if not side events as target event, return. Otherwise, I'm using target event. How many times do I use event? Several times. Okay. Yeah, I feel like this is definitely better to do it like this. If side events doesn't include it, then we are done, and in fact, should probably like clear it? No, I don't think so. I'll just leave it. Every time I return a non-zero value here, I'm setting target event. Okay. So I would look for the most recent and closest target in the group. So for EV in site events, event is site events, I guess just event is EV. Yeah. Then -1, and then if event is -1, then I return 0. So I have to find out I have to get this. Target path is get event node path. Target is that. If target path, I guess I can actually just say this. If not target path, continue. We also do closest, the float. I guess starting at infinity. This here, target path is node 3D. If not targets, continue. And then if target Goal position distance squared to my position. So I guess here I can like var my position. Store the distance. Who in their right mind uses Unity? I don't know. Someone? If distance is less than closest, then closest will be equal to distance. And set that. Event is EV. Right, so we find the most recent event with the closest target. Which is also not started. I guess I have to do this. That is crazy. Okay, I guess I just want the closest guy who satisfies all these conditions, right? Yeah. I want all of these conditions to be good. If event is not equal to -1, return priority high. So I want the closest guy. If distance is greater than or equal to closest, then I'm ignoring that. And then all of this goes in here. Okay, so I get the flags. If the flags are -1, I'm continuing. Unstarted must be handled right away. So in this case, this would just be a continue, but I do set these values. If event is not equal to -1, then target event is event. Continue. Check if the sense just got new data. Just set new data. Okay, so this guy's closer. Most important one. He's got flags. He's not started. We're good. If he is started and he's closer, check if we just set new data. I guess this is also kind of cheating. This is technically kind of cheating, isn't it? That's cheating. This is cheating. I can't do that. So what I actually want is something here. Distance. Add travel. Distance. Distance is computed as the average distance that we saw them at. That's what I want. I want get travel with this distance. That's what I want. This is definitely cheating. This is fine to know where I am, but this distance here with the target is not correct at all. That's not correct. So what I want is... I want memory, get travel, get event, travel, T, EV. Also, this is supposed to be EV. Good. No one would know if you kept your mouth shut. Hi, YouTube. Yeah. So a get event travel returns an empty array if it lacks travel data or witches. Yeah. So we have no travel data. So I need to know the distance that we are. So the distance is already computed for me, right? It's fully computed. Distances. Yeah, it's straight up the average. Fully computed. Okay. Good. Glad I did that. So it would be... Distance would be travel 1. If distance is greater than that, don't need my position anymore. Yeah, good. And that was a good catch on my part. That was a really good catch on my part. So we have the travel, which already has the distance, so we don't have to compute it again, and plus it's not cheating. We're not computing the current distance versus the distance we actually saw them at. Should distance actually be the closest? I don't know. I think the average is fine. I'm just thinking for really large objects that have multiple vision points on them. I guess I'll have to figure something out about that later when I get there. Probably just kind of like, if I don't even think I'll have that, but if I have some large object that I want something to be able to track, but be able to see like some like distant part of it that's far from its like central body, I can figure that out. So we have the travel, distance is travel 1. I should really write down what this is. Get travel data from an event, an array containing a direction, a direction vector, a direction, I guess I would say a vector 3, vector 3, direction, and a float distance. And then returns an empty array or whatever. And then when I do set travel, I actually say that it's, or add travel. Containing a direction and. And. Containing a direction and. Alright. A vector 3 direction and a float distance. Returns an empty array if event lacks location data. Good. And it's on EV. Okay. So I have the distance, which is float from array 1 or travel 1. If distance is greater than or the same as our closest point, then we skip. Otherwise we get the flags. No flags, we skip. If it's not started, We have our event, it's closer, continue. Otherwise, it has been started, so we need to check if it has new data. If these are the same, it has new data, so event is EV, and closest is distance, and that's actually it. Okay. I guess I could just say if not. No. And I guess just at the end I'll write continue. I don't think it does anything. Maybe I am being too rude. Maybe. Maybe with no context a little bit. Forgive me. I forgive you. If event is not -1, set it as the target event and return high. And then when we get here, we're only listening to target event. Okay. Okay. And then I didn't check groups. Okay, so I kind of have to check groups, don't I? Yeah, I have to check groups. So I think I can do all that. Right, I do have to bring it back for the groups, but I can't use it for the distance. And then I will get the groups. So if not so for group in target groups, if target as group, target groups is in group, it's in the group, then we break and we're done. If we are not in the group, skip it. Okay, so now I can turn on their eyesight for everybody, or I guess for zombies. Which zombies need their own group, they don't currently have. My players got zombie target. Oh, there is a group for zombie. Counts as a zombie for spawning. So I'd be able to turn them on so they can see, or enable sight for zombies, so they could chase running zombies. But I'm not doing that yet. I'm just setting it. I'm just fixing this because this stuff wasn't put in and it needed to be put in. All right, but this should still be operating the same. I should see them chase me and I'm not going to get any crashes and no breaks and no bugs. Cool. He's chasing me. I lost him. Good. I lost him. Like, just standing here, I lost him. It's funny. And they're unaware of that guy, so they get totally stuck. Okay. When I set navigate, does that immediately request a navigation path? I think it does. Let me check. Is responsible for updating many of the agent's internal states and properties. Function should be repeatedly called once every physics process until is navigation finished. Tells the path is finished. Right. Alright, well, I just want to know if I can close with this now, I think. I already forgot. It's got to be, yeah, it's seen. I want to know if when I call, if when I set target position, does it not do anything until I call get next path? What has a set? Target location. Set target position. Compatibility. Okay. Oh, I'm trying to find it here. Target position, request a repath. Navigation result, reset. Okay. Alright, yeah, that doesn't do anything. That looks like it just clears some value. Right? That's what that does. And then I would do... What did they say? Target position submitted. Update navigation. If not submitted, do nothing. Notification physics process. Okay. Is it an update navigation? Get next path position calls update navigate or update navigation. Yeah. cool. Okay. So if we're not submitted, we don't do anything. Otherwise, this does... Looks like it sets everything up, and then it submits the query here with a result. Cool. All right, so yeah, I can set the target position as many times as I want, and it doesn't do anything until I call get next position. So that was all to look at for what? What was that for? Why did I want to know that? Why did I want to know that? Why did I want to know that? Wow, okay. I just totally lost my train of thought, I guess. I gotta stand up. I gotta stand up. This is... I'm losing it. Going crazy. Oh man, why did I want to know that? Why did I want to know that? What was I doing? Okay, let me just go back to what I was doing. What was I doing? Don't know. Don't know. Should probably move that further down, I guess. I've got a wide stance, so I'm like slightly lower. Why does that happen? It's like consistently around like 7 hours. I'm just like mentally clocking out. Like 4 p.m. That's it. That's all I've got for brain power. Literally, what am I doing? It's really gonna bother me that I don't know why I was looking at that, because I'm pretty sure I wanted to change something in attack target, and now I don't know what that was. Was I just curious? Was I just like, hey, I just wonder this random thing? Did I like own myself by doing that? by checking something that was totally unrelated and I didn't really need to know because it didn't matter. Okay. I'm just gonna try something. I'm just gonna give myself something else to do for like a couple of seconds. I'm just gonna shoot him. I'm just gonna jump around and shoot him. I was setting it up so that they could see themselves. Right, I get it. So the real reason I was looking at that was... Why was I already charged? I wanted to see if I could set target. I could update the navigation information. Without I don't even know. Also, the charging is the charging broken still? No, it's not. Did I fix that? That was definitely a bug that I have written down. Yeah, I can't. Charge weapons. Okay, still a weird bug. I'll figure that out eventually. Is that guy immune or something? Took way more shots than it should have, I think. Yeah, I wanted to see if I could change the navigation information. But these still call navigate. That's the thing. When this calls that... Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just sets target position. Right. This doesn't actually do like an update. This doesn't do an update. It just sets a request for the next place we want to travel to. So in another goal, my thought there is I would have a goal. I got there because I was looking at the zombies not being able to walk around each other because they're not aware of each other. So I will add eyesight so they can visually see each other. And I guess if they're close enough, they should probably just be generically aware of things that are close to them in their path. Because what they would do is they would check after we run attack target and chase target, there'd be another goal that's like avoid obstacle. And all this really does is my thought was I would do, I think I need like some special setup. I need some like extension of the navigation agent. Because I only want it to avoid very specific things. I don't want it to just avoid everything on a layer. And the way I can do that is when navigation runs, it always runs one agent at a time. It is not multi-threaded. If I make it multi-threaded, then I will probably run into issues. But I have plenty of layers to make it multi-threaded anyway, I think. Essentially, my idea is I would reserve probably some like 8 layers or something if I really wanted to like prepare for multi-threading there. I'd reserve like 8 layers, and on those layers, these are going to be considered like, I guess, my dynamic layers. Zombie 1 is going to add all of his avoidance obstacles to a certain layer. And then C is going to say, I only know about things on this layer. And then he runs his navigation query. It completes, it comes back. And then he removes all those guys from that layer. So every single zombie can individually avoid very specific obstacles. As opposed to having a very kind of lame avoidance system where they're able to avoid pathfind to avoid things that are not even, that they can't even see and aren't even relevant to them. So let's say a zombie sees you from across the map and there's another zombie running through the door, I guess. He can't see that zombie in the door yet. And I would even say he's not even close enough to consider avoiding the zombie at that point. So he would essentially try to path ignoring that zombie, which is ideal, right? Because he can't see it, he couldn't avoid it. And I would also say beyond a certain distance, I wouldn't even add obstacles to their avoidance layers because they don't even matter. Once he gets closer to you, he also sees a zombie, and I guess I would even say there's a proximity thing for certain cases, or more a better memory model, I guess, properly using the memory model for avoidance. He would add a zombie. He would add basically the zombie at a location. That actually doesn't even work. I don't even know how you would do that, actually. Never mind. I guess he would just have to add the zombie that he last saw as an avoidance once he's getting close to you. And then his pathfinding will update because something's been changed. And then he's coming straight towards you. And then once he gets close enough to you for the other zombies to be relevant, he then updates his navigation again and he paths around those guys. That's what I want to do. And that is nice because when I submit the query, I'm only adding like the zombies he can see and are relevant to his avoidance. There's no reason to add like every single zombie to the same layer, because then you have to go through every single zombie every time you path, and that's going to slow things down. Because I'm quite sure what it does is it reads through every single thing that's been submitted on a certain layer and checks if it's within that range. So even if it's not even near him and it's not even in his path, there's still going to be calculations for that to make sure that it's not near them and make sure that it's not in his path. All that stuff. So yeah, that was all to check if setting target position instantly does the navigation query, and it does not. Cool. $469 errors. Oh. It's because I broke something at some point. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I'm not even doing that right now. I just still want them to add to update attack target. And then I also need a chase target to have some kind of checking as well. So I'm going to go and copy this inside. In fact, I'm just going to recopy all of this, because this is working, I think, how I want it to work. Back to chase targets. Okay. You want to go outside? Alright. I'll be right back. I'm going to let the dog out. I'm back. Okay. And all that rambling I did was, not for nothing. Because when I get to that point of avoiding other zombies, they're gonna have to... I'm gonna have to write this myself, right? Because update navigation... I mean, maybe I don't. I don't know. I think I can probably just do a wrapper on top of it then. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure query path runs this. It runs out on a different thread, but then I think it waits. Check if navigation is already finished. Navigation finished equals false. I'm pretty sure it's not finished. But how does it know? Yo, let me go out here. Let me go look at navigation server. Here it is. Does not update every change immediately, it waits until the end of the physics frame to synchronize. Like avoidance calculation, yeah. It says all API calls that want to make changes in a queue to be executed in the synchronization phase. In the middle of the physics frame after scene input. No, synchronization is like building a nav map. It's not actually pathing. Here's the thing. It's pretty obvious that it takes a while, I think. Well, actually, no, it doesn't take a while. Why do the zombies not start moving right away? Why do they turn and look at me? And sometimes wait like a second or longer before they start moving. Why do they do that? Because I'm pretty sure they path like as soon as they see me, right? They have the path as soon as they see me. I think they do. I'm pretty sure the errors are fine as long as I'm not instancing the script. Like I can still run without the script. Pretty sure it's fine. All right, let me go here, nav agent, and turn on debug. Enabled. Yeah, okay, well... Yeah, what is that? What is that? His path shows up like instantly. But sometimes he takes a moment. Weird. It's actually really, really strange. Why? Why does it take so long? Is it because the first position is not reached? I don't know, this is... Why does it take them some time? Alright, let me go to one guy. Go down to one zombie. And you know, I'm just gonna finally place him in the middle. No spawning. Okay, he's on the ground. Let me actually just face him away from me. So I can decide when this is gonna happen. And put him in a nice... even value here. Whoa, okay. So I wanted to do this and put something in here. Let me do print. This. I'm assuming it's going to print a bunch of times for like a second, and then it's never going to print again. So why does he wait? Okay, he's instantly tracking me, which is good, but sometimes he... Yeah, that. What was that? What was that? I didn't get any more synchronizing, so I know it's not this. Maybe it's this. Maybe this is happening. If I see this at all, then I expect that to be a problem. It looked like he had a little bit of a delay that time. That's not what's happening. Because when he runs, he's at full speed. let me say this. Let me instead print pathing. Let me do that. And see if there's a delay between, and also I want to add something here. Act navigate. Right. Okay, it happened that time. He got navigating and then pathing. A whole lot of pathing, but he never moved. And then he didn't start navigating until he got the second update, and then this time he actually started moving. What I don't get is how he could be navigating, but like why is he not going anywhere? If a friend hotspots you some data, make sure to watch videos in 8K on YouTube. Yeah. Definitely do that. Alright, wow, he did it a lot this time. So something is wrong with update movement. Because I just hit this and he still wasn't walking. He didn't start walking until he got the third navigation update, and then he finally started moving. Why? These directions all look good. So for like 3 frames, something stopped him from moving. Because when I print this pathing, that means I've set this value and then I call update movement. Is it possible that setting update movement is not getting the current movement direction? Oh, wait. This is bugged. This is a bug, right? Sleep wake up time. When I have, okay, hang on. Is this a bug? Maybe if I get a new navigation path, then I should turn off, or I should, yeah, let's say that. If I get a new navigation path, I set sleep wake up time to 0. I think that's probably what I should do. I get it now. I get it. I know what I've done. Does this have a signal that's like... Minute with the agent had to update the loaded path. It was empty. Yeah, any of that. Let's connect a signal for a path changed to reset that timer. That's exactly what's happening. Sleep timeout time, sleep wake up time? What? Sleep timeout, sleep wake up. I don't even know. Update movement. If sleep timeout time is greater than sleep timeout, make it sleep wake up. Otherwise, add delta. This is weird. Honestly, it's a little weird. Okay, I think I get it. So, if we don't make our minimum travel distance, start adding time. Once we pass our timeout time, so this is like a half second of no movement, we set our wake up time. So I think there's kind of a problem here, though. This should only be happening if we've haven't traveled our minimum distance and we have a movement direction. Right? If movement direction is not 0, then we start doing this. Otherwise, what appears to be happening is they're going to sleep. When they aren't moving, which if they're not moving, it's not going to do anything anyway. And I definitely don't want them. Do not want to put them to sleep. Oh my gosh. When they are not trying to move, that doesn't make any sense. Because that has the effect of, if the floor drops out from underneath them and they're sleeping, they're just going to stand there like, oh, what's going on, right? Because they were put to sleep because they were, they were not trying to move in the first place, and they got put to sleep for that. They should only get put to sleep if they are trying to move. If they're not trying to move, don't do it. So when he's just standing there, he's not racking up a sleep timer, I guess. Right? Okay. I think that's all I really had to change. And I have modified something that was during performance, necessary for performance, so he should instantly run at me every time he sees me. Yeah, right away. He should never just be standing there. Alright, that was weird looking. I think he got his, like, attack input, so he was trying to face me to attack me. That's probably what happened there. Can I do that again? Can you do that again? Okay, well, I kind of messed up. How did he do that? Oh well. So I did change something here, so I need to make sure this didn't break. Maybe I should leave a comment about this. Performance critical. It's funny that it's like highlighting 3 words here. Note, critical test. Can I is important? No. Maybe I just start with critical. Nah, this is a note. Alright, so I've just modified that. I can take these prints away. And I need to turn on spawning to get a lot of these guys, and hopefully I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm just gonna see what happens. I'm just gonna stand still, I think, and hopefully they should start building up. Oh yeah, that's good. So they gotta start getting stuck on each other. So that's pretty good. All of them like going in a train together. Alright, this is pretty good. Those guys are all like really stuck back there, so they're all like trying to move constantly. This is pretty much like the problem that I was seeing in the past. Yeah, I saw one of them was definitely just asleep. The guys in the back just aren't moving, even though they can. The sliding is really funny. Alright, I'm not getting any like crazy lag when they're bunched up like this, which I feel like I would have seen at this point. This looks crazy. How they're moving. Because they all have the exact same starting animation. But yeah, I'm not getting no lag is happening. The lag was definitely happening before because they were like trying to step up on each other and they couldn't move. Cool, okay. Alright. I think I tested it. Seems like it still has the same effect of dramatically helping with that. I added another condition. Yeah, I added another condition for this, so this technically makes it a little bit worse. Because they won't sleep when they're standing still. Which is fine, because if they're standing still, I'm not trying to do a lot of the intensive movement stuff. Yeah. Alright. Check if target is close enough to face. That's for attacking. Alright. Okay. I was just looking at this to make sure that they're still facing me whenever they want to path to me. So if they can't move, they cannot try to like maintain eye contact. Eye contact. They just try to maintain vision of me. Okay, so that fixed, I think, a bit of their stutteriness. So let me just see if the original zombie in front of me is maybe a bit less stuttery when he's chasing me. He's still going to do the stops because he does not have the proper chase goal yet. So if I stand still, he'll reach his end goal and then not update vision of me quite yet. But also in the future is going to be increasing their rate of sensory tests when they see me, essentially. Alright. Back to working on chase target. So I think everything is about the same. Look for the most recent closest target in the group, if we can see. Let me actually say chase is going to be the most recent side event. Maybe not, because what I was doing with this one is the case where he sees two players at the same time. It's possible. Or especially for chase target, actually. This is mostly important for chase target, because he will have multiple site events happening all around him. And he needs to... he'll have to prioritize, right? So chase target is only going to happen when we no longer have... when we're done pathing. So I guess what I can do is just check if we are navigating. So I only want to do this if we're not already navigating somewhere. How do I actually know if we're navigating? Maybe I just have to put that on character base, actually. I have to put a method called isNavigating. Yeah, I think I kind of have to. Or maybe I only check... maybe I only do chasing if we're not moving? No, because then they would have to come to a full stop and then they could start chasing. I specifically only want to do... chasing if we're not navigating already. Does that create like a one frame stutter though? Because what would happen is we would say we're navigating, or I guess I would actually just call is navigation finished. So if the previous update put us on the spot, That's actually fine. Is grounded. I don't know. Let me just put it down here. Okay. So then in zombie, we need this. Right above handle action. Navigation finished returns false when we are navigating. Yep, cool. Only chase if no current navigation, if mind parent is navigating. All right, so we have finished navigating on the last frame, right? We reached our goal at the last frame. So now we have no navigation set. So what I want to do is I want to look for... All right, let me do this. Let me put all these in different functions to be like find nearest site or something, or just like find nearest. I don't even know. Some of this stuff does change depending on type. Sorry. Okay, well, I guess for now I know that I'm only working on site, so I don't need to consider anything else. I'm just looking for the most recently seen thing that I saw. Let's also say the most recently seen thing that's also the closest. Okay? So most recently seen thing that is also the closest. He's got to be in the group. I kind of got to do a second thing here. Return. We got navigation, or we are not done navigating. So, got navigation is going to be set every time I get a navigate request that I accept. So I would say here, Yeah, navigation is true. I've taken it and I am using it. And then at this point, after I call get next path position, then I would say wait, how does is navigation finished work? Because I might just be able to use that. Update navigation, return navigation finished. That's actually insane to me. Honestly, that's actually just insane. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, get next path position just calls update navigation. And then it returns the path. That's funny. They say this because... Actually, honestly, I don't even know why. I don't even know why. Ooh. This is an issue. Because calling is navigation finished after I call set target is going to update navigation. It's actually going to do this. I don't want it to do that. I do not want it to do that. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate that I can't call this until I am ready to process. So I have to track it outside of this. Let me just say was navigating instead. So if I do pathing, if we're not finished, I will say was navigating is true. And then I guess up here at the start of every do pathing, I would say was navigating is false. And then I guess I would say if we are finished, then I say yeah, let me just say was nav finished. Or just is nav finished. It's better. So that causes an update. I guess I can actually say move this all the way up here instead. And then if not, is nav finished, then is nav finished would again be equal to nav agent is navigation finished. If not, if we are not finished, is navigation finished false? If it was false up here after we call update movement, check it again. Cool. Then I don't need that up there. And this will just return that value. I guess it actually returns the not. And then here I'll just say is nav finished equals false when I do this. Without forcing a path update. Because if I call, oh no. Wait, that is an issue. But now I'm storing it. Cool, okay. That's all I gotta do. So for our last move, finished was the end of it, or if our last move, oh my god. If our last move was the end of our pathing, then check if we're still close to that distance, and if we are, then we say it's complete. Oh, actually, since this is coming in as false here, I don't even have to set it false there. I don't even have to do that. It's always false. Oh, actually, I guess this could be true, and this one could be false. So I do need that to be set to false there. Because it could still be true, and this one was false. Yeah, yeah. Right now I'm really concerned about calling some methods here. So calling it here is fine. This is after all the goal updates. Here, what is this? Do turning, that's also fine. I guess I would actually say if not is nav finished. Whoops. There we go. Not causing updates when I don't want them to happen. Cool. Good, good, good. Maybe I should put a description on this to be like, hey, be careful. Do not call any methods on nav agent outside of... Do not call any methods on nav agent until mind processing is done. Many methods force a path update, which could cause bugs. Yeah, very much so. All right, where was I at? Where was I at? Okay, I added that. I handled all the bug places. So now chase target will ask, is navigating? If we are, we're done. We don't need to do anything because we're already navigating. Only chase if no current navigation. That could... It's not exactly accurate, I think. Because what if we're chasing and something new happens and yeah, that's actually not right at all. What can I do? What can I do? Hey, Yulia. I think I could... What do I want to happen? I want this to not do anything if we're running the attack goal. That's pretty... I feel like that's pretty specific. I could simply set like the last goal that activated and ask like, hey, is there an attack goal running? Not even that. Because I want this to run even if... I want this to run even if our attack goal also wants to run, because it's possible that one may not do anything. Is it actually possible for it to not do anything? I mean, not really, actually. Yeah, not really. It's gonna try to navigate. Huh. No matter what. Could I set, like, exclusions? So I would say... So chase target would be like, yeah, I want to run. But then it has... Yeah, it would have a lower priority, so it would be processed after the attack goal. And then what does it do? It wants... Okay, so update priority is still fine. It can still do processing, I think, to check if it wants to run, do all of its checks, save the event that it wants to respond to. But then in the process, perform actions, then it has to check, hey, did someone else just navigate? And if someone did just navigate, I can't run. Right? I think that's right. Maybe what I could really do is... I think what I could really do is check if a navigate action was called already. Maybe that's the trick. Set it to a low priority and then check if a navigate action has been called. So I guess this would be in mind. Whenever I do act, I get the type of action, or I guess I would create a dictionary of action names to the number of times the action was called, I think. Is that getting slow? Maybe. Maybe. I could also just do like exclusions. So when act is called, I could see what goal is currently processing, and then say this goal has called an action. And then, or not necessarily called an action, but this goal has called, yeah, okay, I think that's what I need to do. I need to check if this goal has called a navigate action. If it's calling a navigate action, then I know we have eyesight and we're currently moving. Just realized that quantum computing is non-binary. Yes. Yeah. I think that's okay. I think just saving a dictionary of the actions that I've run is what I need to do. Because then a goal might want to know if an action was called. All right, so that kind of... All right, well, first of all, this was still a good change. Caching that was actually still a good change, but I don't need this. I don't need this. I was thinking it's maybe like, how could I fit this in the mind? But this is definitely better to do it this way. I thought I couldn't do it in the mind because it was such a specific thing, but now I've thought I can just save which actions are called on each run and do that. Quantum computing is such a scam? Who's getting scammed? Who are they scamming? People who pay for it. Danny, are you a Nordic Chad? Oh, that was weird. I had like a sneeze, but I coughed instead. Jeez. Alright, so every time I call act, I would do actions called. Get over add action. Oh. I have a crazy urge to sneeze, but it won't happen. Wow. Alright, so behavior actions now need... This is the only one that I have debug name on, isn't it? Yeah, I've changed everything to code name. But actions need not even just debug names, but just a method that returns their name. Dude. Yes, government, we will be able to break any encryption in the future. Please keep giving us money. Is that government? I'm pretty sure it's all private. I'm pretty sure it's 100% privately funded research. It's government funded. Who is government funded? Wait, how do I... Unique name, I'll just copy this. Collector should have a constant name member and this message should simply return that constant. Yeah. Attack. Cool. Twitchbot 4000. Hello? Regular computing is quantum if you just zoom in and up. That is true. That would be true. Navigates here. So back to here. Action name 0. And then I guess I save it here. Right? We need quantum computing to decrypt all unsolved COD zombies ciphers. I can't speak anymore. I'm just cooked. I'm struggling so much. Yeah. I'm about to have to call it. Okay, so I've got that. Now I'm gonna chase target. And don't care about this. This doesn't happen anymore. So update priority is still gonna run through everything as normal. And then perform actions. We want to not run if we've called the navigate action. And I don't have a method to check that. Do you have an instance method like is currently busy and that just has a bunch of or statements about what is going on? What? Dude only streams during unemployment hours. Yeah. And it says method like is currently busy. I don't... What are you trying to get at, I guess? Like an optimization thing? Okay, update, act. I guess I just do like... This one really only cares about if it exists as a key. And then I guess just for completeness, the actual number. Shows your host files. My hosts file. I don't think I have anything in that. I think it's empty. Why would you want to see that? To know what like secret websites I'm creating? Or maybe what games I'm hacking? Those are the only two reasons I would think to change that. So if mind has acted, behavior, action, navigate, name, return. That one probably would be in there, but I feel like that's like, such a default already. It doesn't even have to be listed. This memory. So wait, you say you block porn with it. So if I'm correct, you have to set a new route for it. So what does it go to? Where do you go? It goes to 0? Okay. I was wondering if you had anything funny in there. Like, just send it back to, send it to like a Rickroll or something. Can you even do that? I don't even know if you can do that. That may not be possible. It'd have to be a website that just forwards you. Like the whole domain just forwards you to that. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I need target event. Yeah, I think I should probably call it sooner than later, actually. Because otherwise I'm going to get into something and then I'm not in the zone right now, and if I get in the zone, I'm not going to want to leave. Event to act on. Probably 30 of those. Get a pie hole. Do I want to know what that is? Do I want to know what that means? Yeah. I think I'm actually going to wrap it up here. Save everything, send it so I don't lose it. Anything weird? No. Looks all good. Do I have... Okay, I actually got worried for a second that I wrote on top of a work in progress commit. I did not. You don't need to. Localhost works very well. Files are neat and not a perp thing. I mean, that still doesn't tell me what that is, I guess. But sure. Okay. That's it for me for today. I am, I'm out of juice at this point. Alright, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow to continue this. I just gotta do something different. I've gotten to the point where I'm just staring at hieroglyphics and it takes a lot of effort to actually read what I'm looking at. So, yeah. I'll be back tomorrow to continue. Yeah, just getting the chase target in. Yeah, I mean, this stuff just takes a lot of... It's not very straightforward. I can't just, like, write. I have to, like, consider everything that I'm doing at this point. So, hop on, watch and ruin his teammates' evenings. Anyway, thanks for watching. Goodbye.